Good day to you, wherever you're watching, to the glorious setting of Kew Gardens in southwest London. It's a cool early spring morning here, but almost perfect conditions for the most significant day of competition in the 4-year Olympic cycle of several dozen walkers and runners at these Müller British Marathon and Race Walk Trials as they unfold over these next 5 hours. I'm Tim Hutchings. Beside me is Olympian and former marathon runner Mari Yamauchi, and we'll accompany you as this live coverage of these critically important contests unfold. We start with the 20k walk. You can see the men's and women's field getting ready there, and then in 2 hours the marathon fields get underway for again the women and men combined. And Mara, do you want to summarise quickly why today could mean tickets for Tokyo will be up for grabs?
So the first two athletes across the line, if they have qualification standards, will automatically be chosen to represent Great Britain at the Tokyo Olympics. So a lot at stake today.
Well, small fields in all 4 races here today. I say that as I split the genders, but there's the men's field for this 20-kilometre walk. Tom Bosworth, of course, very much an established superstar in the world of walking, a man who has plenty of experience, 6th in the last Olympic Games in Rio, and undisputed UK #1, indeed, in the top half dozen in the world. And the women's field, well, that is slightly more open. And again, a small field, just some 7 athletes. There have been pull-outs from walks and the marathons over the last 24 hours. Really tough, disappointing decisions for some of the athletes have been made. But there is the lineup. It is the cream of British race walking on the women's side. Now, the qualifying times, well, the women here have to walk to 1 hour 31 to get the Olympic qualifying time. The men 1 hour 21. And they are underway on this in this men's field as they get underway, and certainly Tom Bosworth isn't expected to have things all his own way. Under normal circumstances he would be expected to dominate, but chatting to him about an hour ago as we arrived here in the pitch darkness, he said, you know, he's had a really good winter's training, but is still only about 70% fit, he believes, as they go through that finish line, and they walk on a smaller circuit, do the walkers, than the marathon runners. But already going off really quickly is Callum Wilkinson, who is expected to challenge Tom Bosworth here. Maybe a little bit of handing over of the power, the baton of power here, Maura?
Yes, that's right, Tim. 2 of the Great Britain's fastest ever male race walkers head-to-head today, Tom Bosworth and Callum Wilkinson. I like to think there's a bit of a changing of the guard going on. Tom Bosworth, multiple records, national titles, fabulous championship performer, but he still is only 31 years old. He's certainly not an elder statesman yet, but Callum Wilkinson has been in great form. He's been coached by Rob Heffernan from Ireland for the last 18 months or so. Took over 40 seconds off his 10,000 metre PB in early March, which was a national record. So far Callum, very aggressive racing from Callum today. Callum actually doesn't have the qualifying standard yet. He has done it, but not within the qualifying period, so he has to walk under 1:21 today. Tom Bosworth does have the qualifying standard, so if Tom finishes top 2, he will get an automatic spot at the Olympics.
Tom Bosworth, what, about 10 metres back in 2nd place in that white vest of Tunbridge, his Tunbridge Athletics Club down in Kent, and Callum Wilkinson there in the colours of Enfield and Haringey, made famous, I think, by one Sebastian Coe, the president of the World Athletics, what used to be the IAAF, the world governing body of track and field athletics. Well, you can see here that Callum Wilkinson has gone out really hard and aggressively. He wants to make every metre count. They contest this 20 kilometres over a small lap of 1,652.8 metres at 1.65 kilometres, basically just over a mile this lap, and it'll be interesting to see whether or not Tom Bosworth can keep Callum Wilkinson within range here, Mara, because he's laid out his cards very, very early on. Has Wilkinson, the 24-year-old, the youngster of the pair?
Yeah, I'm wondering actually if Wilkinson possibly has his eye on the national record held by Tom Bosworth, which is 79.38, so 1:19.38.
Well, he said he's had a dream from the age of 10 to go to the Olympic Games, Callum Wilkinson, and he's making sure that he gives a really good shot at getting one of those tickets for Tokyo, isn't he? He is the 2016 World Junior Champion. It was the first global championship gold since Ken Matthews many decades ago by a Briton, and he has plenty of championship experience. He was 7th in the Commonwealth Games, remember those? Back on the Gold Coast in March 2018. In the medals like he would love to have been. And he was disqualified at the European Championships in 2018 and again disqualified in Doha at the last World Championships in October 2019. And there are, of course, officials out around this 1 mile loop, 7 officials spread out around there. And Mara, for people uninitiated with the rules of race walking, do you want to just very quickly explain? We had a long chat with the officials last night so we could get our heads around it, but do you want to explain just very quickly how you got the message across last night?
Yeah, so the official rule on race walking is that it's a progression of steps so taken that the walker makes contact with the ground so that no visible to the human eye loss of contact occurs. The advancing leg must be straightened, so not bent at the knee, from the moment of first contact with the ground until the vertical upright position. So it's one rule, but essentially it has 2 parts, loss of contact and a bent knee. And there are essentially 2 ways that the judges enforce the rules. They can show an athlete a yellow paddle, either for loss of contact or for knee, and that is only a warning. It's essentially saying, I'm watching you, I'm not entirely satisfied that you're following the rules, you've got to improve.
And when you say knee, that's, loss of contact is a very clear one, but knee, it means the supporting leg of the walker, and with this technique they have to use, that is imposed upon them, has to be straightened. The knee has to lock, doesn't it? Otherwise they would be able to walk in a sort of Groucho Marx style, shuffling along with 2 bent knees much faster. Yeah,
so the advancing leg must be straightened as it hits the ground until the body has gone over it.
Glorious shot there of Kew Gardens, the main lake here in front of the Palm House. And Callum Wilkinson, oh, what's that? Is that sunglasses he's just taken off his brow? I don't think we're going to be troubled with the sun here today, but it is a cool morning and a still morning, very significantly. There's been some concern about the wind here. The main cause for the marathon runners as he grabs his drink here on the main straight, walking back down towards the ladies. Almost covered a lap already. The main straight here is walking almost exactly due south, and if it were a windy day with the southwesterly winds that are common in the south of England, then they might have a problem on this strip. There's the rest of the field coming through. 39 and 40. 39 is Guy Thomas from Tunbridge. 40 George Wilkinson.
Guy Thomas that you mentioned, Tim, there, he's a he works full-time in the 47th Regiment of the Royal Artillery. Now, Guy's had a lot of trouble with his technique recently and suffered quite a few disqualifications, so we may possibly see him on the disqualification board, but hopefully he has a better race.
By the way, they have to negotiate 12 laps of this 1 mile circuit to make up the 20k. The start line is about 100 meters before the finish line. Maybe 80 meters or so before the finish line, if you know what I mean. So they walk that 80 meters, and then from that point as they go through the finish line, they've got 12 laps to go. So out on his 2nd lap now, Callum Wilkinson. 93 here, Heather Lewis from Pembrokeshire Harriers. Has a best of 94.49. The women's qualification time for the games 1 hour 31. It's going to be a very tough ask, isn't it, for most of this ladies' field?
I think it is, but a lot of them, of course, will also be aiming for Commonwealth Games standards. So the Commonwealth Games next year in Birmingham the walk will be at 10,000 metres on the track. Scotland, Wales, England, Northern Ireland, Isle of Man and others can all send teams. Heather Lewis will be going for Wales, so for her the standard is 46 minutes for 10,000 metres. We understand that their 10k splits today will count towards that.
Well, Heather Lewis, coached by Martin Bell, was 7th at the last Commonwealth Games, disqualified like Callum Wilkinson at those European Championships in Berlin. But here is Wilkinson now, walking so strongly. I mean, really flying along, and look at the gap to right of picture. Bosworth has lost a lot of ground over this last few minutes. Has to be, what, maybe 60 meters behind, perhaps more. It's hard to tell with this foreshortening effect, but this is the little cut across the middle of the main marathon loop that the marathon runners will be negotiating 12 times. And Heather Lewis, well, she says her best moment in her career was that Commonwealth Games on the Gold Coast. And working hard here to open up the gap. Is that Millie Morris back in second place?
Heather Lewis, Tim, earlier in March, she won a 10,000 metres in Newport in a time of 46.44, which was a pretty good time for her. She's currently 5th on the UK all-time list for 20k.
So clearly very experienced. There's one of the officials that will be watching the technique of these athletes, ensuring they get it right. And if they hold out a yellow paddle, these officials, we may see it on camera, we may not. That is just a warning to the athletes. It's effectively the officials saying, I'm not entirely happy with what I'm seeing, your technique here. You could be, and the type of yellow paddle that's held out will tell the athlete whether it's for lifting, for losing contact with the ground, or for a knee infringement, not straightening that supporting leg knee.
Tim, the second way in which the judges enforce the race walking rule is by giving athletes a red card. They don't actually show the athlete or tell the athlete that they're giving a red card. The athletes find out if they've been given a red card when they pass the disqualification board, which is just at the beginning of the finishing straight. So any judge can give a red card for an infringement of either part of the rule. And if an athlete gets 3 red cards, previously they would have been disqualified, but there's been a rule change, and now we have a penalty zone, which is also at the beginning of the finishing straight. So after 3 cards, the athletes are shown into the penalty zone, and for 20k they serve a 2-minute penalty. They can't do anything while they're in there, no trips to the toilet or anything like that. Once they're out of the penalty zone, if they get a further 4th red card, that leads to disqualification. In addition, in the last 100 metres of the race, the chief judge can disqualify an athlete outright, regardless of how many red cards they've had up to that point. That's to prevent sort of blatant cheating in the last 100 metres of the race. And if an athlete gets a 3rd card, but they've already passed the penalty zone before the finish, then a 2-minute penalty will be added to their time. Equally, if they get a 4th red card, but they've passed the penalty zone for the last time, then they can be disqualified after the finish.
Beautifully described, Mara, thank you, and I hope you're all listening. We'll be testing you later on. So Heather Lewis here, looking like she's in very dominant form and dominant mood, rather like Callum Wilkinson here, who, with the flowers out in the park here, quite appropriately, is widening that gap back to his pursuers further and further. Wilkinson has really worked hard on his technique since that disqualification in Doha. So he's learned so much from Rob Heffernan, the Irishman, former world champion, who is retired now but is passing on that great knowledge.
When I spoke to Callum a couple of weeks ago, Tim, he described the atmosphere in the group he's now in with coach Rob Heffernan as a focus on the medals war. And he says that his technique is the best it's ever been. He was complimented on it by a judge recently. He called it an art form and what makes race walking so unique. Callum's younger brother George is also in this race today, wearing number 40. Also, when I spoke to Callum, he was talking about the last time British race walkers won medals at the Olympics, which was 1964 Tokyo. Ken Matthews, a gold in the 20, and Phil Nahill, a silver in the 50.
So she's from Haverfordwest in Pembrokeshire, is Heather Lewis, right in the very southwest corner of Wales, where she lives and works on the family farm. Callum Wilkinson, his parents both keen walkers, and as you mentioned, Mara, he could take the national record here today from Tom Bosworth, and I would say that just looking at the way he's gone out, the attitude he's adopted right from the start, he really is chasing that. I think he feels that, you know, Tom, who's normally undisputed UK #1, is vulnerable today if he's only 70% fit in his own reckoning as he's still recovering from COVID.
There is another way athletes can qualify, Tim. You mentioned earlier 121 and 131, which are the outright World Athletics qualification standards. If athletes fail to get that, they can also aim for what are called the British Athletics Olympic standards, which for the walks are 121.25 and 131.35. If they get those times, they also have to get an invitation based on world rankings from World Athletics. Tom Bosworth is currently ranked 23rd, Callum Wilkinson 24th, and the goal size of the fields in Tokyo for the race walks is 60. So both Bosworth and Wilkinson can expect invitations. Bosworth, of course, already qualified outright, but Wilkinson, if he fails to break 121, he could also go by getting an invitation. Heather Lewis currently ranked 59th, so a bit borderline for her, since they're aiming for fields of 60.
Well, he's got a big future in front of him, has Callum Wilkinson. Only turned 24 a couple of weeks ago. Heather Lewis here, 27, the Pembrokeshire Harrier athlete, a few more years down the road. But she has 3 coaches. Chris Jones, the technical coach, and then Pete Freeman and Martin Bell have contributed as well to her development. And quite a character. Her engagement present was a Cocker Spaniel, Fudge, instead of a ring, we're told. who wants an engagement ring? I'll have a dog. Try to strap that to the back of your hand.
Interesting, later on she talked about cuddles on the sofa with the dog. I don't know what the fiancé makes of that. Interesting, Tim, that Heather Lewis works on her family farm in Pembrokeshire, similar to Darry Griffiths in the men's marathon, which we'll see later on. He also works on his family's farm, so both of them very physically demanding day jobs, if you like, on top of training for their sports.
Well, this is the Callum Wilkinson show at the moment, isn't it? And rightly so, because he's showing fabulous form. His whole family are really athletic. He started race walking at 15, but he's got 3 brothers, including George, who's racing today in his last year as a junior. Clearly the parents have passed that on to the 2 sons, to the 2 boys.
They're both mentored, Tim, by Ron Warwick, who was the 1966 Empire Games gold medalist, and in that event it was a 20-mile race walk. Interesting that the walkers compete over a number of different distances, and that the men's 50k in the Olympics is actually going to be discontinued, and so Tokyo will be the last 50k for the men, and thereafter the walkers will compete over 20 and 35k.
Well, Matt, I know those were unpopular decisions in much of the closely knit, tightly knit walking community. Here's Heather Lewis. Cannot shake off that athlete in 2nd place. I think, was it Erica Kelly back in 2nd place?
It was a bit difficult to see the number. As soon as we can confirm who that was, we'll bring it to you. This course, Tim, is very fast. Normally the walkers compete on a straight out and back course of 1 kilometre or 2 kilometres, but this is a loop course, so no 180-degree turns for them, and that makes it considerably faster than the straight out and back courses.
Well, Heather Lewis is having to work incredibly hard to build up that lead as the 2nd placed female walker comes through. And in fact it's Gemma Bridge from Oxford City. I should have recognised the vest. It's a famous old vest colouring. And with a best of 92.33, well, she's what, a minute and a half outside the Olympic qualifying standards. She's knocking on the door here. She's certainly got a target. She's psychologically, I guess you could say, Mara, still within reach of Heather Lewis, unlike in the men's race where Callum Wilkinson is pretty much out of sight for the rest of the field.
Yeah, Gemma Bridge looking really strong there. She's third on the UK all-time list for 20k. She's very, very public spirited on top of all her training. She's the running mayor of Leeds, an area activator for Good Gym, awarded a PhD in public health in 2020. She previously was a runner and went to the US on a scholarship and switched to race walking in 2017, and within 6 months she was competing at the World Championships. One of the fantastic things about race walking is, as juniors particularly, having gone into the sport, they quite quickly qualify for competitions and are able to travel and represent their country, and you know, it's incredibly motivating for the younger athletes.
Well, here is back to Callum Wilkinson, and it's an unusual sport, race walking, isn't it? Because you so often see this, a breakaway like this from really aggressive leaders who have to focus upon their own effort. They have to be entirely the judge of their work output, their work rate, without anybody around them. In major championships, you usually see a big pack for the first half of a race, but what I've always loved about race walking, Mara, is the do-or-die attitude that they adopt. You know, that you seldom see them. This may sound naive, but you seldom seem to get strategic, tactical walks. You know, they are very unforgiving races that I've ever seen in major championships. They're hard and fast from the front. And I mean, here's a good example of it. Callum Wilkinson, from the gun, bang, off he went, and nobody else got a sniff at taking the lead.
Yeah, I mean, 20k is kind of the sprinter race walking. You do get a lot more tactical goings on in the 50k. The 50k in Doha was incredible finish in the men's. Evan Dunphy of Canada came through to win a medal in the final stages. We just had notification that Callum Wilkinson was shown a yellow paddle a few minutes ago, which is a bit surprising because his technique is looking really fantastic. The yellow paddles don't count in any way towards the red cards, but they are a warning of sorts. So I think that was 5k he just went through in around 2010 it was. The splits are being hand timed today, so subject to official confirmation later, but Callum Wilkinson through 5k in around 2010, which will bring him home in, if he keeps up this pace, in 80:40. So just not on track at the moment for the national record, but he is on track for going under the Olympic qualifying standard of 81 minutes.
Well, it's 10 degrees here in Kew Gardens this morning. Not much wind about, thank goodness. Back to this race-long leader, Heather Lewis, once again. Inspired by Joe Jackson, another great walker in British colours. Joined Pembrokeshire Harriers, by the way, at the age of 8 with her 3 sisters. And there they pass the drinks area on the Broad Walk. They get their drinks there from their +1. And in fact, Heather Lewis here gaining on one of the male walkers there, number 40. That's George Wilkinson, just 18 years old, the Enfield and Haringey man.
Some of the athletes here today, including George, are actually racing 10k. This is officially the 20k Olympic trial, but because the walkers have had so few opportunities to compete, a 10k has been an option here, particularly for the younger athletes. So that includes George Wilkinson, just 18 years old, also in the women's race, Paige Spoon, who's 20 years old, and Millie Morris, who's 17. So those 3 athletes will be finishing at 10k. Millie Morris, just 17 years old, she's in her final year of A-levels, and she has to disappear quickly after this trial to go to school, apparently.
This afternoon, I know, yeah, it's great,
bless her.
George Wilkinson here is actually coached by Callum Wilkinson, the leader in the men's race. You'll recognise the same colours of that famous North London club.
The Wilkinson family are from a village called Moulton near Newmarket, and the Moulton 5 is a famous race which I believe Callum has won many times, and the Wilkinson parents also compete apparently, so very, very active family. And wouldn't it be amazing if Callum could win a medal in Tokyo? He certainly sounded inspired by the last British race walking medal being won in the 1964 Tokyo Olympics.
Well, Callum continues to pour it on. I wonder if he'll have done much internal computing after hearing that split at 5k, which unofficially we think was around 2010. Certainly it looks like George Wilkinson has upped his game here a little bit as he's trying to hang on to the coattails effectively of Heather Lewis. She closed up on him and he stayed with her the last 3 or 4 minutes. But Callum here will be getting feedback, will be getting information from people around the course, certainly from his +1. Have a rough idea of the gap, and I don't think that barring disaster, barring disqualification, or indeed a time in the sin bin, so to speak, I don't think the win is in dispute. It's really him against the clock now, as the rain begins to come down rather frustratingly. That wet surface shouldn't bother the walkers too much, and this course for the walkers and the marathon runners has been worked on and much discussed in recent weeks, but it's very, very fast, pretty much dead flat, as you can see. A really quick circuit. There's a couple of corners which 1 or 2 of the marathon runners will have to watch their feet on, but they're not really tight, and it is a quick course. And in fact, the race director Tom Bedford, who worked out this course with his father Dave, was taking the mickey out of his dad last night. Dave Bedford, of course, race director of the London Marathon for many, many years, and one of the most knowledgeable race organisers in the world. Dave Bedford yesterday himself going on record as saying that he thinks this course is about as quick as anything there's ever been, comparing it with the sub 2 hour strip of road in Vienna that Eliud Kipchoge broke 2 hours on for the marathon distance a couple of years ago.
Yeah, when I spoke to Andy Drake, former coach of Callum and coach of several of the race walkers today, he said this was a really fast course because of the lack of those 180-degree turns. Andy runs the National Race Walking Centre up in Leeds, and he's talent spotted several of the race walkers here today. So if anybody watching for themselves or their children or neighbours, relatives, think they have people who might be good at race walking, contact Andy Drake.
Tom Partington there, 35, from Manx Harriers, proudly wearing his vest from the Isle of Man, where walking is a pretty big sport. He's a 6 times Commonwealth Games representative for the Isle of Man. Here's Tom Partington, and he too being gradually reeled in by that almost partnership behind him now. Heather Lewis and George Wilkinson working together. I don't know if there's been any discussion between them.
It's interesting, Tim, that the COVID situation has really affected a lot of how these athletes have prepared. You know, a lot have had to train alone, but the Isle of Man until recently was in a very good place, and Tom was able to compete more than some of the other athletes, but they've recently gone into lockdown, so variable conditions for racing. Erica Kelly in the women's race, also from the Isle of Man, she said she's trained alone. She's just had the goats of Moorhold on the Isle of Man, the rain and the howling wind for company.
Sounds delightful. Howling wind and the rain. Callum Wilkinson then with, as far as we're aware, one yellow warning paddle held up to him so far.
And no... we've had notification of 1 red card for loss of contact, Tim, and that is number 40, which is George Wilkinson. So George Wilkinson on 1 red card, but that's all we have so far.
Well, George Wilkinson only walking 10k. 98 there is Pagan Spooner, the 20-year-old from Hyde Park Harriers, has been passed, as you would expect, by Callum Wilkinson in the blink of an eye. He comes through in front of us now, our commentary booth right beside this finish line, as he heads out again with 27 minutes on the clock. We have that race time in vision now. He's proving hard to catch here, Tom Partington. For 10k in the Isle of Man Winter League back in just last month, he walked 47.47. He's been race walking since back in 2012 as an under-15 as Tom Partington, and now I think he's just become aware of this pairing, as it is now, of George Wilkinson and Heather Lewis, having gained on him. Still working away gamely in the background is Oxford City's Gemma Bridge, she's having to work really hard to try and close up on any of these three, although I think she probably is gradually reeling in Tom Partington to the right of picture. George Wilkinson, Mara, seems to have almost been given a
bit of a second
kick
wind,
in the
hasn't he?
backside, I was going to say, by Heather Lewis coming up. She gained on him, she caught him pretty quickly, but now she's having real trouble staying with him as he's upped his work rate. There's no doubt about that.
Okay, we've just had notification of a second red card, Tim. That is number 32, which is Callum Wilkinson. Goodness me. So loss of contact for Callum Wilkinson, the leader. So 1 red card for him. 3 red cards puts him into the penalty zone for 2 minutes. So he's okay at the moment, but if he gets a second red card, that would not be good. But Callum Wilkinson so far in a very good place, currently under the qualification standard of 1:21. And we have a third red card, number 92. That is Gemma Bridge, also for loss of contact. So Gemma Bridge, Callum Wilkinson and George Wilkinson all on 1 red card for loss of contact.
Gemma Bridge here. Gemma Bridge back in second place rather in the women's walk. You can see to the extreme top right of picture in the colours of Oxford City. We'll take that on board. But of course when you are on 2 red cards, then you are in real trouble. You have to maybe ease back on the throttle a little bit. Went to the USA as a scholarship as a runner, did Gemma Bridge, and then switched to race walking in 2017.
Tim, this isn't the first of the race walking trials. There was the 50k held in Slovakia last weekend, and Dominic and Daniel King, twins, they competed, as did Cameron Corbishley. The King brothers are both racing today, despite having raced 50k just a week ago. And in that race, Dominic King actually walked a national record of 3:51.13. Cameron Corbishley was the second Brit in 3:54.15. He led for a lot of the race. And Daniel King 4:06.09, including 5 minutes in the penalty zone. So a bit of a selection dilemma here. The 50k time is 3:50. None of them have that, but they could be selected without that with a world ranking, World Athletics invitation. But they have to show future global medal potential for that. Cam Corbishley as a youngster possibly could get that, but he was soundly beaten by Dominic King, who is much older than him, and UK Athletics probably would say he isn't a future global potential medalist. So a bit of a dilemma there. The first event to be selected, and we've already got a bit of a selection dilemma.
Yeah, Cam Corbishley, one of those who pulled out of this competition just yesterday. By the way, I think earlier on I mentioned that Tom Partington was a 6 times Commonwealth Games competitor for the Isle of Man. It was his dad Steve, of course, who was a 6 times Commonwealth Games competitor. He'd have trouble if competing in the Commonwealth Games 6 times, seeing as he's 21 years old, Tom Partington. But Heather Lewis here, being reeled in, it would seem, by Gemma Bridge. And this is a big surge from Bridge back there in that red, white and blue was Oxford City. Closing with every stride now, really pouring it on. Whether she's just maintained her pace here, and Heather Lewis is struggling in the yellow and blue here of Pembrokeshire Harriers, I don't know. But look at this, the way this gap is closing with every step, she's getting closer. And I presume Heather Lewis will be unaware wearing 93. There's Tom Bosworth, back in second place, we think, in this men's race. Tom said to me earlier on, he's really happy with his form, the way his winter's gone, even though it's gradually been recovering from the COVID that he picked up in March last year. He says he's had a fantastic winter's training, but still only feels he's 70% shape. I'm sure that next 30% will be clawed back. over coming weeks and months as the weather improves.
Tim, slightly bad news for Gemma Bridge. She's been given a second red card for loss of contact. So I think that surge to catch Heather Lewis, possibly she's lost her technique a little bit. So Gemma Bridge needs to be pretty careful now. If she gets a third red card, she's going to be into the penalty zone for 2 minutes the next time she passes it. Penalty zone just at the start of the finishing straight. In theory, if she's given... because there's only one penalty zone, in theory, once the athlete has gone straight past the penalty zone, they could then get 4 red cards before they reach the penalty zone, and they would be immediately disqualified.
Yeah, in fact, we were talking about it last night, weren't we? How you could get a lot of penalties on one lap.
That's right.
Head out on a lap with a clean sheet, come back with all sorts of penalties. Yeah. Here he is, still looking strong though. Callum Wilkinson, 1 red card that we're aware of at the moment as he passes the glorious Palm House. And these 3 locked together now. Gemma Bridge here, they say in running racing, when you go past somebody, put in a little acceleration and make the athlete that you're passing feel you are truly dominant, and give them a little psychological slap across the face. But in race walking, perhaps it's slightly harder to up your game, stick within the rules at the same time. I'll tell you what, every time the camera comes back to Callum Wilkinson, I'm absolutely astonished at the work rate he's putting in, the speed. Look at the cadence there, the turnover. Really, really quick.
Yeah, he looks amazing, doesn't he? He says he spends an hour every day on mobility and technique work, and his technique has really improved since Doha. We've got Tim Barrett, 5-time Olympian for Canada, feeding us bits of information, and he says Callum Wilkinson's technique is really totally different from Doha. He's really worked hard under the guidance of Rob Heffernan.
Well, he's called race walking an art form, the technique required, and he has been complimented by judges saying he's got the best technique ever.
So the walkers will be approaching 10k fairly soon. For England, the 10k qualification for the Commonwealth Games next year is 41.30 and 47.15.
Gemma Bridge there has got a bit of a gap, a bit of daylight between herself and the race-long leader in the women's contest to this point. Gemma Bridge really pushing on the Commonwealth Games 5th place up. She was 40th in the World Championships. Remember, they were in London back in 2017. The walks were on the Mall, weren't they? I think back in 2017.
That's right, yes, they were on the Mall, yep.
There's that corner. That's where the start of the marathon will be. Different start point to the walkers. They go over those timing mats and head down the long straight, now heading almost pretty much due south. If there was a wind coming from the southwest, getting this wonderful shot from a drone, they would be walking into the teeth of it right now, but thankfully very, very little breeze. Just looking around here at the finish line, there's hardly a flutter of wind at all in the foliage near our little marquee. Gemma Bridge there grabs a drink off her +1. You can see the assistants there, as we're calling them, +1s, that each athlete was able to bring, and if they weren't able to bring somebody, then the race organisers will provide. We're providing every athlete with somebody who would pass their drinks, and actually the rules permit the athletes to the person passing the drinks over to actually move along with the competitor if it's necessary, and that is permitted as long as that same rule is applied to every competitor, which in these conditions here, these circumstances, is possible.
You can see there that Gemma Bridge really lifts her knees higher than we saw Heather Lewis doing earlier, and I think the judges possibly will have noticed that. We've got 2 more red cards, Tim. So George Wilkinson, number 40, younger brother of Callum, is now on 2 loss of contact red cards, and we've also got the first knee infringement red card, which is for number 36, and that is Daniel King, brother of Dominic King. Both of them walked the 50k in Slovakia just a week ago.
Well, they'd be excused, therefore, slight lapses in technique. A 50k last weekend, you are going to have that in your legs. There's absolutely no doubt about it. There's the penalty zone to the left of picture now, where the athletes who have got 3 red cards have to dip into for 2 minutes if they're in the 20k, or if for 1 minute if they're in the 10k, stipulated they're going to walk only to 10k here today. 38 minutes, so the leader, Callum Wilkinson, will be approaching the halfway point very shortly, as we see Gemma Bridge rather, who has been sort of reeled in by George Wilkinson. There is Callum Wilkinson. Very smooth, isn't he? Look at that. Hardly any movement of the head, it would seem. He's flowing along. Fluidity being displayed here by Callum Wilkinson aplenty. So 38.5 minutes on the clock. And Callum Wilkinson here getting a little support there from people working on the event. Of course, no spectators allowed here in Kew Gardens this morning. It's an enormous shame, because this loop would be incredible if you had allowed a few thousand spectators in. Can you imagine competing in this environment in a sort of tunnel of people? The atmosphere. The gardens open at 11 a.m. straight after the marathon concludes. So the organisers here have got for COVID safety, of course, the isolation, the privacy of Kew Gardens all to themselves. It's a fantastically privileged situation, and huge thanks to Kew Gardens and Richmond Borough Council for cooperating with Tom Bedford and his organising team in getting this off the ground, and of course an event sanctioned by British Athletics as well.
It is the National Race Walking 20k Championship today, and also World Athletics Label race. We can see there how spread out the drinks are, Tim. Normally in a normal non-COVID era championship, the drink stations are much closer together and there's a bit of a bun fight to grab your drink, but one of the COVID rules is that they were very spread out so that the plus ones are well socially distant. So that's to the advantage for the athletes. Less risk of falling over, less risk of missing your drink and so on.
Well, here is Callum Wilkinson, just a few seconds away from taking that sort of right-left pair of turns. Here takes the right towards the Palm House, and 20k coming up, 40 minutes on the clock. I wonder if he'll be disappointed with these splits, if he was really targeting that British record of Tom Bosworth. Now he's down onto the finishing straight, but approaching halfway, and any second now he will go through a 10k. Would have hoped it would have been inside 40 minutes, and a yellow card there. The yellow paddle being held out to Callum Wilkinson.
About 40-30 through 10k, Callum Wilkinson. So he's still just about inside that qualifying standard. We've had more red cards, Tim. So number 97, which is Millie Morris, the 17-year-old, she's had a knee infringement. Number 98, Paige Spooner, also one of the younger female athletes, she's had a loss of contact. And the other King twin, Dominic, number 34, he's on 2 knee infringements. So Dominic King, George Wilkinson and Gemma Bridge all on 2 cards.
6 laps to go in this walk for Callum Wilkinson on this circuit, which is almost exactly a mile round, just over about 30 or 40 yards longer than a mile. Walkers, of course, are used to this sort of setup. Normally at major championships they walk up and down a straight strip with a sharp U-turn at each end. Sometimes 500 metres long, sometimes a kilometre long. And it's those constant U-turns, almost turning on a sixpence, that slows the walkers down a little bit, changes their rhythm, and interrupts to a degree, I suppose, interrupts their concentration. Whereas here, well, it's almost like being on a treadmill, isn't it? Just absolute focus on the path ahead of you without having to really worry about negotiating any corners of significance. That's a help.
Yeah, Callum looking really comfortable, reasonably even splits through 5 and 10k. The judges, Tim, because these are Olympic qualification races, there are specifications on the judges. There have to be 3 international racewalk judges. So they are Ian Richards, who is the chief judge. Then we also have Noel Carmody, who's also from Great Britain, from the Netherlands, Hans van der Nap, and from France, Jean-Pierre Darme. So at least 3 different countries represented amongst the judges for Olympic qualifications. And then the other judges are all UK judges and 2 officials at the penalty zone.
The leader in the women's race now, Gemma Bridge, but only by what, about 5 or 6 yards. ahead of Heather Lewis here. Real battle in this ladies' race. What a contrast to the men's race, where Callum Wilkinson is operating on a different level to his 8 competitors. 9 men in the men's walk, 7 in this women's walk, but Heather Lewis and Gemma Bridge, well, almost locked together here.
The last lap split we've had, Tom Bosworth was some 1 minute 37 seconds behind the leader, Callum Wilkinson. So a huge lead for Callum Wilkinson.
There's that right-hand turn onto the main strip of the Kew Gardens layout. There's one long strip running from south to north on the marathon circuit that is almost a mile long. So Callum Wilkinson, barring disqualification or a sin bin, with Tom Bosworth 1 minute 37 behind, surely heading for a win here. And look at the way that he's working hard with the upper body. Race walkers do have to train very hard because of the lesser intensity compared with runners. They go out for very, very long walks, but they have to spend plenty of time in the gym too and get their conditioning into that upper body. It's a very, very accentuated arm action.
And we've just seen number 34, Dominic King, withdraw from the race.
Yeah, that Dom King has just pulled out over here near the finish line, close to our little marquee, after a 50k last week, having broken the 31-year-old national record for 50 kilometres into Dinche. Hardly surprising. I think it was maybe going to the well, not once too often, but just a little bit too soon.
Amazing. He and his brother Daniel have been competing at this level for 20 odd years. I remember spending time with them at the 2006 Commonwealth Games, and here they are still going. I retired 8 years ago. According to the lap split times we have, Tom Bosworth is in second, Guy Thomas is in third, a minute or so behind Bosworth. So currently, so that looks like
that's the 10k walker just been heading down into the finishing strip of the 10k.
I think that was George Wilkinson finishing at 10k. Yeah,
and there he is in front of the Palm House. They took that little right-hand turn, little zigzag to get to the finish of the 10k. Certain athletes stipulated that they wanted to walk just 10k, not the full 20k, and he crosses the line in the background there in front of the main entrance of the Palm House in what, about 45.55. As we continue to see Gemma Bridge here, who has now opened up a bit of a gap. She comes through the finish line in front of us with 6 laps to go.
By my calculations, Tim, George Wilkinson, 45.55, you said, that is inside the... sorry, no, I'm getting confused with the women's time. The England qualification for next year's Commonwealth Games for men is 41.30, so not inside that time.
But it is a personal best by almost a minute for George Wilkinson, so fabulous walk from the 18-year-old Enfield and Haringey athlete. Really, really has left it out there this morning to set a personal best by, well, about 52 seconds, I think it is.
Yeah, great performance from him. Just had notification that Dominic King, number 34, who we saw drop out earlier, he was actually given 3 red cards for bent knee. So Dominic possibly saw the board and thought, right, that's it for me, having walked 50k just a week ago.
I don't think too many people would blame him for that. Callum Wilkinson, deep in concentration, has completed yet another lap. 47 minutes on the clock, well into the second half now, and still going well. Marking his own card there as he goes through that line. So he'll have some feedback when he gets back from this. He'll be able to see his own lap times, his splits for each full lap. But a mile on from his time at 10k, which we think was just over 40 minutes. He goes past us now, and I can tell you, he walks an awful lot faster than I can run these days. which is not saying a great deal necessarily, but he is absolutely flying.
If any viewers are keen park runners, that's 5k, and bear in mind that Callum Wilkinson is going through 5k in just outside 20 minutes, and he's walking, so that gives you an indication of how fast they're going. I think Gemma, leading the women's race, went through 10k in around 46 minutes, so that brings her home in roughly 1 hour 32, which would be about a minute outside the Olympic qualification standard.
It's pretty much smack on with her personal best of 92.33.
Yeah, so good performance from Gemma at the moment.
Here she is, and she's got that gap now on Heather Lewis, and working hard to build it. But she has had 2 reds. Will have to be careful, and that's difficult because she's still got half the race ahead of her, more or less. And when you're under pressure and the fatigue is kicking in and building, then you're vulnerable.
So I'm hearing, Tim, that Gemma has been given 4 red cards. I'll just confirm that, but that's what we're hearing, 4 red cards for Gemma, which means outright disqualification. So she doesn't know that yet. She'll be approaching the disqualification board at the end of this lap.
That is the cruelty of walking,
yeah,
isn't it?
so she's picked up 2 on this lap, so no penalty zone for her. It will be an outright disqualification, so the chief judge with the red paddle will be looking for Gemma as she approaches the penalty zone. So very tough for Gemma there, and she doesn't even know it at the moment. So as soon as she reaches that disqualification board, disappointing news.
It's a horrific situation because we're watching, and if that information is solid gold and correct, then we all know that she is already effectively disqualified, but she's not going to be told until she comes down past the penalty zone and is pulled off the course by the chief judge. Really horrible situation, because she's working hard to maintain and build that gap on Heather Lewis. And Heather Lewis won't be aware of it either.
That's right, yeah. Of course, there's only 1 disqualification board on the course, so the athletes only see it once as they go past, so a lot can happen during a whole lap. And sad news for Gemma Bridge from Oxford.
It can be an incredibly cruel sport with that disqualification element to it, because I can remember, I think it was the 2000 Olympics in Sydney, an Australian girl athlete entered the stadium in the lead in the walk and was disqualified on the track on her final lap.
That's right.
Horrific.
Jane Saville, I believe, disqualified at the final moment on her way to the gold medal in Sydney.
That is about as cruel as it can get, as tough as it can get when you're exhausted and you think you've got a medal.
Yeah.
Well, Callum Wilkinson, I mean, it's part of the sort of culture of walking, isn't it? The athletes know that it happens, and they generally accept it. I've seen over the years quite a few athletes in major championships distraught and very upset and angry when they are disqualified, but there's nothing that the officials are doing out of vindictiveness or anything. There's nothing nasty about it from an official's point of view. They're trying to be objective and apply the rules as they see them. It has to be done. Definitely,
yeah. Can lead to some interesting tactics, though. Let's say two athletes are vying for the lead. One of them's on no cards and the other's on 2 cards. You know, the one on no cards is clearly in an advantage and can put a lot of pressure on their rival.
Well, as we watch Gemma Bridge here in the colours of Oxford City, we believe in just a few seconds' time she is going to be told that she's disqualified. I would love that information to be wrong, but we believe it's correct as she eases past Abigail Jennings there, the Aldershot Farnham District athlete. But Gemma Bridge, we believe, heading for a huge disappointment. The research fellow who promotes fruit and vegetable consumption, awarded a PhD in public health back in 2020. There's Callum Wilkinson making that turn beside the marathon start.
And Gemma Bridge, inspired by Dame Kelly Holmes and also by Joe Jackson, Britain's probably best ever race walker. she's the British record holder in 90 minutes 41 seconds for 20k, formerly Joe Jackson.
Well, I wonder if she, when she will see this indication that she is disqualified. There it is. Gets it. And that is tough.
Yeah. So that is Ian.
Takes it very philosophically.
Yeah, very sad for Gemma. Disqualified on 4 cards for loss of conduct. And that chief judge there, that is Ian Richards, who is himself a race walker. 11th place in the 1980 Moscow Olympics 50k walk, and currently a multiple world and European Masters champion. So Ian Richards, the chief judge, giving Gemma disappointing news there.
How frustrating. She's been working for the best part of an hour now, really hard, and built up a lead. Battled for probably 20 minutes with Heather Lewis, who now, of course, takes over the lead. Here, meanwhile, is the men's leader, Callum Wilkinson. And he himself is on 1 red, we believe, at the moment.
That's right, yeah. Callum Wilkinson is on 1 red for loss of contact, but we've got bad news for the other King brother, Daniel King, number 36. He's on 3 red cards for the knee infringement. So Daniel King will be going into the penalty zone next time he comes round.
54 minutes on the clock here as he comes through. 4 laps to go for Callum Wilkinson from the 12. He's 2/3 of the way home, and it has been an exhibition walk, frankly, not a contest for him. Well, he's competing against himself here in his own form. A battle of wills, because your body at this stage of any endurance race, 3/4 in, is beginning to say, this is really, really hurting. 2/3 of the way in, this is really hurting. Can we ease back? And your mind is saying, no, you are going to keep pumping hard with those arms. You're going to keep those legs, the cadence turnover, as good as it's been from the start. And the temptation, every sinew, every muscle is beginning to say, can you please just ease back? You've got the race in the bag too. That's the other thing, Mara, I suppose. It's not like he's actually got competitors alongside him to help him. You get that battle of the wills on his side. He's having here to just walk without any pressure from behind.
Yeah, it's been a completely solo walk so far for Callum Wilkinson, currently high up in the world rankings, 24th in the world rankings. So if he can go under 1:21.25, along with an invitation based on world rankings, he will be going to the Tokyo Olympics. He said that the delay by a year for the Tokyo Olympics actually is quite beneficial for younger athletes like himself. You know, for many people it's been a big inconvenience, but of course for the younger athletes it's an extra year of training, an extra year to mature, race, learn your event and so on.
Well, his goal of 81.25, he's right on the cusp of hitting that sort of time at the moment.
Of course, Callum Wilkinson, the first global world medalist, champion, sorry, from 2016 in the World Juniors since 1964, and Ken Matthews winning the 20k at the Tokyo Olympics.
Well, it would have seemed that he is heading off to altitude after these trials to benefit from the hard work in the thin air. Tom Bosworth's just gone past our position here when Callum Wilkinson is well out on his next lap, so that gap we will see, I suspect, has grown from, what was it, 1:37 the last time we got an indication. But interesting that these walkers, like the other endurance athletes, triathletes, runners, rowers, will go to altitude and put in the hard work in the thin air, whether it's San Moritz in Switzerland or Font-Romeu down in the Pyrenees or somewhere else. He will put in a few weeks at altitude. So Heather Lewis in the lead now, and she will be aware of that, I'm sure, the Pembrokeshire athlete. Coached by Martin Bell, who will be delighted, I'm sure, with the way she's going here. She has suffered disqualifications in the past. Remember the European Championships in Berlin. She's being reeled in here by Callum Wilkinson, who has got, what, about 3.5 laps to go.
Heather described her best moment as the Commonwealth Games in 2018 on the Gold Coast, where she finished 7th. Back in 2019 she was also 4th in the Lugano Trophy, and asked where the best place in the world is, she said her home in Pembrokeshire.
Callum Wilkinson then. You can see the much quicker cadence of Wilkinson compared with Heather Lewis, operating at a different level to the leading lady here today, relatively speaking, as well as all his male competitors. Tom Bosworth said to me this morning when I was chatting to him just about an hour before the gun that he regarded this morning as more of a box-ticking exercise than anything else. He just wanted to get it out of the way and continue with his preparations for the Olympic Games, having trained in Monte Gordo down in the Algarve in Portugal in December, and Dubai from January through to February. And while he was down in Portugal, he won the national championships in December, Tom Bosworth. But that form, unable to get him anywhere near this man, Callum Wilkinson.
Interesting there, Tim, you can see the cones which have been used to soften that corner. On the map, this course looks like it has quite a few sharp corners, but actually the organisers have used cones to really make them into big sweeping arcs and make the courses much faster than they might appear on paper.
I mean, it's great that the cones help guide the athletes around them, but actually any runner or race walker who negotiates corners will know that there is a certain line you can take to optimise your pace and reduce any slowing in pace.
So we've got news from the penalty zone that number 36 Daniel King is currently serving his 2-minute penalty for his 3 knee infringements, and also sad news that number 35 has dropped out, so that is Tom Partington.
Just a quick look at the map there that the athletes are walking. You can see there at the start beside to the left of the lake, and then they walked about 50 metres before going through the finish line, and then they had 12 laps to do on this virtually a 1-mile circuit. It's 1,659.1 metres, 12 small loops in effect, and if you can imagine that map extending down to the south, that's the extended loop that the marathon runners will contend. Again, they have 12 laps to do on a much bigger circuit. There are 42 kilometres. .33 kilometres exactly is the main lap for the marathon runners. Callum Wilkinson enjoying the faces and support on the sidelines on this 1-mile loop far more regularly. There he is, clicks his own watch, goes through, and he'll see 3 laps to go when he comes through this time. Just over 1 hour on the clock for Callum Wilkinson. 3 miles to go in effect, and he'll walk those in what, around 19 minutes, something like that. So he's going to be just outside 1 hour 20. 3 laps to go it is. Checking his own watch there. Continually working out how to spread that energy, because he will want to give 100% here. Athletes have been focused on this day of racing, the walkers and the runners, for a few months now. And of course, so many of the people in the sport of track and field athletics, not just walking, not just running, but every discipline, starved of competition, unless they were lucky enough to grab a few competitions in the abbreviated indoor season over the last few weeks. They've been starved of competition in unique fashion over this last year and more. So great to see Callum Wilkinson here absolutely grab the bull by the horns, this opportunity to come out and race show his form to the rest of the world, to the rest of the walking community in particular, and head for what looks to be a victory and hopefully a pretty quick time.
Yeah, currently on course to go under that 1 hour 21, which will get him an automatic place at the Tokyo Olympics if he continues in first place. He doesn't yet have a standard, but I think he's well capable of it. And they do have until the 27th of June to qualify, so if disaster strikes and Callum fails to do it today but he wins the race, he does still have time to get a qualifying time.
So Callum Wilkinson still leading from Tom Bosworth, Guy Thomas, Christopher Snook in 4th place. Heather Lewis here leading this women's contest. She now in isolation. Sadly, if you just joined us in the last few minutes, Gemma Bridge from Oxford City, who was in 2nd place for most of the first half of the race, then battled her way into the lead and built up a lead, has been disqualified. 4 reds from her with about 50 minutes on the clock. It was about 10 minutes ago now, but it means that Heather Lewis here, the Welsh athlete, looks to be heading for victory. Won a 10,000 metre race in Newport in early March in 46.44, which she was really pleased with. This though, twice the work.
We've just had notification, Tim, that number 36, Daniel King, who was in the penalty zone a moment ago, has just been given a 4th red card for the knee infringement. So sadly, Daniel has been disqualified, as has his brother Dominic King, who we saw drop out earlier. So both of them, I think, fatigued, certainly from the 50k they did just a week ago.
Yeah, very little blame can be laid at the feet of either of the King brothers after their exploits of the last few days. Great that they came to support the event and give it a go at least. Callum Wilkinson, well, he comes here in different circumstances, fresher, up for the fight against himself, in effect, as it is today, because there is no real contest here with any other competitors, although I'm sure his coach Rob Heffernan will be watching this and be delighted with this and the rest of their Cork-based group with the form he's showing. It's Cork, a real hotbed of track and field athletics. Competing in the Cork Games, a fabulous contest in a little arena there many years ago, and it goes from strength to strength each summer season at Cork meeting. Some amazing names there over the years. And Heffernan, of course, will make sure that Cork remains in the spotlight from an athletics perspective. Callum Wilkinson, very smooth indeed. Look at the top of his head, hardly any movement at all. I guess when the fatigue begins to kick in, the technique reduces, the perfection of technique reduces a little bit, and what you could call a little bit of ropiness enters many walkers' technique, as it would runners as well. But he still looks very smooth. The leg turnover is superb. Negotiates that right-hand turn. When he comes down towards us here, he's about 400 meters from us now. This long straight towards the end of each of his laps is 350 meters long. When they come through, he'll see 2 laps to go.
Tim, we've had a correction on the red cards. I said a moment ago that Daniel King, number 36, had been given 4 red cards. That's incorrect. He's on 3. So he's not disqualified. He has served a penalty of 2 minutes in the penalty zone, but he is still in the race. So that's number 36, Daniel King.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Not good to hear that you've got 2 minutes in the penalty zone, but good to hear he is back in the race. Talk about the definition of frustration, having to sit and watch competitors that you've been battling against for the last 10-20 minutes or more.
Yeah, Daniel
walk past you.
Daniel served a 5-minute penalty last week in the 50k, and he said he was with a group of other athletes going really well in a really good rhythm, and then he went into the penalty zone, lost all that, and had to sort of re-establish his mojo. So a real difficult interruption to the flow for these athletes if they have to serve a penalty.
I'm not sure I can handle that. I mean, for me, you know, you're in an endurance discipline where you're just working hard, pumping away flat out, whether it's walking or running, and to be put into a little box and told to wait for a few minutes. I'll go nuts. Anyway, here he comes, Callum Wilkinson. At no time has he looked under threat. I don't think I've seen him once look back behind him to see if there was any charge or anything like that coming from Tom Bosworth. I suppose he'll be getting information from the sidelines indicating that his lead is now, nearly 2.5 minutes, 2 minutes 28 seconds, his lead over Tom Bosworth, the last time we got an indication. He comes through with 68.5 minutes on the clock, right in front of us, goes through now, and he's got 2 laps to go, 2 laps of just over a mile. Heather Lewis, well, she's in a very similar situation psychologically. She knows barring disaster, she's got the win in the bag here. She just needs to keep working hard. And this is the real test of character, I suppose, is whether or not you sit back in your laurels and just go through the motions this last couple of laps, or whether or not you actually do keep the work rate up and push hard for that quick time. And that is the challenge. That is what each of these athletes will want to be able to look back on after this morning's walk, is the fact that they gave 100% and got that application right. She's actually got 3 laps to walk here, of course. Heather Lewis, she will be a lap behind Callum Wilkinson. But there is no threat to her lead at all. The loneliness of the long-distance walker. She is beginning to look tired. I think that there is a slight slowing, a visible slowing.
Yep. And Tim, we've got notification of 2 more red cards. So number 94, that's Erica Kelly. We haven't seen much of Erica, coached by Tom Craggs. She's on 1 knee infringement red card, and also number 37, which is Luke Legon. We haven't seen much of him either. He is on 1 card for loss of contact. So Callum Wilkinson currently in the lead, currently on 1 red card for loss of contact for Callum Wilkinson, but now on to his penultimate lap, leading this Olympic trial 20k race walk.
He's going well, isn't he, with only the 1 red, Callum Wilkinson. Clearly that extra work to get his technique nailed, the mobility, time spent on mobility has paid dividends. And he can almost smell the finish line now. I know there's a lap and a half to go, but psychologically this must be very rewarding. 90% of the work behind him. I think any ambition to attack that national record of Tom Bosworth of 79.38, which is a really top-notch clocking, has gone now. But after, what, 8 or 9 years in the sport, he started race walking at 15. Callum Wilkinson here, having one of his greatest ever walks, I would venture, with the Olympics a few months away. We hope, fingers crossed on that, everything crossed on that.
The walks will be taking place in Sapporo in Hokkaido in the north of Japan, where it's slightly cooler, but the 20k race walks will be starting at 4:30 in the afternoon, so not at the coolest time of day. We've just heard that number 94, Tom, which is Erica Kelly in the women's race, is now on 2 knee infringement red cards. Callum Wilkinson's PB of 81.21. Last time we had the splits, he was on course for that, but as you said, Tim, looks like the national record of 79.38 just out of reach.
Well, his lead over Tom Bosworth has stretched out to almost 3 minutes, 2 minutes 52 seconds now. And, he's on the penultimate lap of his morning's walking. Is Callum Wilkinson. Perfect surface here. Nobody can have any gripes about the calibre of the facility, the quality of the surface, the way this event has been delivered for the walkers has been quite supreme, and massive thanks to all the officials out around the course and everybody who's helped set up this event so far, which is going swimmingly, none more so than for this man Callum Wilkinson. Look how smoothly he's walking, absolute focus too. He's not a busy walker, is he? He's doing what it says in the tin. Walk smoothly, walk fast, keep it fluid.
Yeah.
Don't be looking around. Don't try and have any sort of take on board any psychological distractions.
Yeah, he's really worked on his technique under the guidance of Rob Heffernan. Tim Barrett, who I mentioned earlier, 5-time Olympian, UK born but representing Canada, tells me Callum's really been working on his core strength and thinks it shows with his technique. Very, very smooth. So Callum Wilkinson now on his penultimate lap, passes the drink stations, and then he'll be onto his final lap of just about a mile in this 20k Olympic trial. Tom Bosworth, Tim, of course, if he can keep that second place, will get an automatic spot, even if he doesn't do the qualifying time today, because he already has the time.
Yeah, Tom Bosworth 2 minutes 52 behind Callum Wilkinson at the last indicator, and Guy Thomas 5 minutes, just over 5 minutes behind Callum Wilkinson here. In third place is Guy Thomas, but Wilkinson there, feeling the heat. Well, I can tell you it's still only about 10 degrees here. It's actually feeling a bit nippy now. We've been sitting here for a couple of hours, but he is absolutely burning the calories, the opposite of you and me. You got that cake, Andy?
Tom Bosworth's had a bit of injury trouble recently, had trouble with his sacroiliac joint, but before that he was training very well. Commonwealth silver in 2018, 6th in Rio, 7th in Doha 2019, so a real championship performer. If he can sort out his injuries and get a consistent block of training under his belt, I think we could see him right up at the sharp end in Tokyo. So the task for today is just to book his place in the Olympics.
And Heather Lewis, not sure if Olympic ambitions are realistic for her, but certainly Commonwealth Games 7th back in 2018, and at 27 really in her prime, 4 years stronger. She will be next summer for Birmingham, where the rebuild of the stadium at Perry Bar continues at pace. And for British athletes in particular, with getting that regular news of the construction in Birmingham of the facilities, it's just gives them that little additional extra spur, I suppose. Competing in front of a home crowd will be so special.
Just coming back to Tom Bosworth, Tim. Tom caught COVID.
You can hear that bell in the background. Sorry to interrupt you, but that's for your main man, Callum Wilkinson, going through with 1 lap to go now. 1 hour 15, almost 1 hour 16 on the clock for Callum Wilkinson, and one mile lap to go. As you can see, he's on the final circuit, the glory circuit, so to speak. But his victory has not been in doubt for the last hour and more. It's really about him against the clock, him against himself, and I would say he's coming out on top.
Definitely. I was just saying a moment ago, Tim, Tom Bosworth caught COVID in March last year, and it took him till October to feel normal again, to train properly. So now we're just, what, 3-4 months away from the Olympics. You know, that's a whole new challenge that the athletes have to cope with, on top of injuries and heat acclimatization and all the rest of it. So if any of them catch COVID now, you know, that could be a massive interruption to their training. And of course, we saw in the European indoors in early March several athletes, including the favourite in the 60 metres for women, Swoboda, and the men's 4x4 team from Poland, withdrawn from the competition with positive COVID tests. So these athletes really have to do their absolute best to avoid catching COVID, to ensure that it doesn't interrupt their training or indeed mean they can't compete.
So Heather Lewis then, having battled with Gemma Bridge for the first half and more of this race, the Oxford City athlete, and then seeing that competitor disqualified, surely heading for victory here. Just keeping that turnover going, and it is tough because the gap behind her She just trying to see if we can get an indication of the gap behind her. And it's just over 2 minutes back to Bethan Davies and Erica Kelly in third place. But Erica Kelly is more than 5 minutes further back behind Bethan Davies. Indeed, Erica Kelly over 7 minutes behind the leader here, Heather Lewis, which underlines, I suppose, the quality of this walk from the Pembrokeshire athlete. Chris Jones, her coach, and Pete Freeman and Martin Bell, who have contributed as well, will be really pleased with the way she's taken on this challenge this morning. And likewise for Callum Wilkinson. About a half lap to go for the Enfield and Haringey man. Of course, the walking centre up at Leeds Beckett University has been a massive contributor to the success of British race walking in recent years. And that's where Callum Wilkinson has gained so much knowledge as well.
Absolutely, Tim. Yeah, Andy Drake and his colleagues at Leeds Beckett have been really instrumental in this renaissance, if you like, in British race walking, repeating the heyday of the 1960s and before.
Well, Callum Wilkinson there, easing past Daniel King in the background. Tom Bosworth has just gone through in front of us in 1:19 with a lap to go. So Bosworth, whose personal best is 1:19.38, and his very best form, he'd be finishing in about 10 seconds, but he's just heading out on his final 1 mile lap. I'm sure he knew that today he would find Callum Wilkinson more than a handful. He just wanted to get a good walk under his belt. And I chatted to Tom earlier and I said, look, you're coming here, you're saying you're about 70% fit. When you leave, you'll be a few percentage points fitter after today, because competitions do bring you on. And he said, yes, absolutely. He said, I'm really looking forward to today, but there is an element of getting it done and out of the way and then moving on, keep maintaining the focus on Tokyo.
As Tom passed our comms tent and we heard the bell, he took a big glance backwards, and I think that tells us he's just focusing on securing that second place and a automatic qualification spot for Tokyo. We mentioned a moment ago Bethan Davies from Wales in second place currently in the women's race. She is the Gold Coast 2018 Commonwealth Games bronze medalist. So the next time Callum Wilkinson comes up this finishing straight, he will be finishing. It's looking... And it's looking on the clock like Callum Wilkinson is not going to go under that automatic qualification time of 1 hour 21 minutes. Can he go under 1 hour 21:25, which he will need if he also gets a world rankings invitation? There is of course time for him later in the year until late June to qualify, so I don't think he'll be too worried if he doesn't make it today. Of course, many competitions have been cancelled and postponed, so racing opportunities not that common. There is the European Cup planned later in the summer in the Czech Republic, and there will probably also be further domestic competitions, COVID permitting. So Callum Wilkinson has missed both the World Athletics Standard and the British Athletics Olympic Standard, but he is safe in first place in this Olympic trial.
Well, he is, and he's got just a few hundred metres to go now as he heads down that long, straight final strip here in Kew Gardens. He's had just the one red card that we're aware of, Callum Wilkinson. There was a yellow early on too, but he negotiates now this little S-bend, a right-hand turn there with the lake to his left, a little glance over there as if that's necessary. There's nothing to see because he's got a lead over Tom Bosworth now, 3 minutes 22 seconds, and he's into the finishing straight now. This has been supreme walking from Callum Wilkinson. Not as quick as he might have wanted. It's a cool morning though. There's no breeze here in Kew Gardens, but it'll be very, very different come Tokyo, and surely this is him booking his ticket for Tokyo. The 24-year-old has been totally dominant this morning. Tom Bosworth, we know, not yet the finished article after his recovery from COVID, but that is not the point. Callum Wilkinson here would have beaten many, many world-class athletes as he crosses the line here in Kew Gardens in 1 hour 22:49 unofficially. That's my reckoning, so don't take it too seriously, but that's what the clock was showing top of screen. And he will be absolutely delighted, I'm sure, with the application here this morning. And if he's unhappy with the time, and I'll be chatting with him in a couple of minutes' time, if he's unhappy with the time, well, that is something you just have to absorb and compute, because if you've given 100%, there's nothing more that can be asked of you. Mara, I'm sure he was getting information throughout the race of the gap behind him that has grown to almost 3.5 minutes over Tom Bosworth. Tom, of course, as we know, is 70% fit. That probably is an honest assessment of Tom's state at the moment.
Yeah, Callum went through 10k in around 40:30, which was just about bang on qualification time. So he slowed significantly in the second half. A bit surprised about that, because he had a fabulous 10,000 metres earlier in March, knocking 40-odd seconds off his PB and a national record. So I think he suffered a little in the second half, but I think we'll definitely see him coming back before the deadline for qualification.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll sharpen up, speed up as the Olympics approach. Heather Lewis, likewise, will be hoping that she can enjoy the full summer of race walking competition. Goes to Cardiff once a month to train alongside Bethan Davies and see her coach Chris Jones.
And Tim, we've had further notifications of red cards. So number 39, that's Guy Thomas in the men's race, now on 2 knee infringements. Guy Thomas, coached by Verity Snook at Aldershot, Farnham and District. He suffered a lot of disqualifications recently, so 2 red cards is reasonably good going for Guy Thomas at this stage of the race. So let's hope he finishes without any disqualification.
You hear the bell there for number 38 coming through in front of us in the men's race. Chris Snook, Metropolitan Police officer, making his debut here at 20k. He said he may do the 10k, but he's actually kept going, and coached by Verity Snook. He's obviously opted to do the full distance, and his target is the Commonwealth Games and then Los Angeles 2028. The 21-year-old Chris Snook, who's just headed out his final lap. Heather Lewis here, looking very smooth, clearly fatigued, working so hard with those arms, keep those legs swinging through.
Tim, Heather Lewis's PB is 94.49, so 1:34.49. If my sums are correct, I think she's going to be doing a big PB, because she's at the Broadwalk, and in just a moment we'll see her coming into the finishing straight. And that Tom Bosworth has just finished right in front of our comms tent. So Tom Bosworth, 1:26.20 odd in second place for Tom Bosworth. So Tom Bosworth, congratulations to him. He books his automatic qualification spot for the Tokyo Olympics later this summer. Real championship performer, and we wish Tom all the very, very best of luck in Tokyo later this year. And the race walk's taking place in Sapporo in the north of Japan. So Heather Lewis leading the women's race, number 93.
So Callum, congratulations. got the title this morning, got the win. I mean, maybe you expected that with Tom not at full power yet, but how do you feel about it, looking back on it now? The first half was quick, second half a little bit slower. How do you feel about the time?
Yeah, really, really disappointed, to be honest, like gutted. Even a bit embarrassed, to be honest. Like we don't work as hard as we do as a group over in Cork, and it's just not at all what I'm capable of, and I will have to reflect and look at that. Yeah, I got the win. Yeah, it's a small comfort given not a great day.
But you're mortal. You left it out there. You can't do any more than that. I'm sure Rob will be philosophical about it.
Yeah, 100%. Like it's a case of when rather than if for the qualifier, and we know I'm in the sort of shape to do it, and probably faster than that. And I've got to be respectful towards that time barrier, that it's a very, very high quality qualifying time, and so you've got to be on your day, and today I wasn't, and that shows the difference. That actually you've got to be really sharp to be on and on top of your game to get in the qualifier, and it is the Olympics, and so I'm very confident I will get the qualifier. It's just a case of when.
Well, we hope your ticket for Tokyo is booked, will be booked. So Callum, listen, congratulations. Thanks very much.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
So, and back to the action, and we've just heard the bell for Heather Lewis, who is in first place in the women's race. And there you can see the aerial shot of the finish area with Kew's magnificent palm house. So Kew founded in around 1840. And appropriately, the cherry blossoms here are gloriously in bloom.
Well, just chatting with Callum Wilkinson there, he said that on the 16th of May he's got the European Cup in, I think, the Czech Republic, and in La Coruña in Spain. Another opportunity 3 weeks later to race over 20k. He wants to get that qualifying time, not be selected or get an opportunity to go to the games on ranking. But I was quite surprised with how disappointed he was with his walk there. So we see other men coming home. 36 there, Daniel King had his 3 reds and had to serve a stint in the penalty zone. Clearly frustrated, I think, with that, although having walked 50k last week, I think he should just be congratulated for stepping out here and competing this morning. It is actually a little bit windier out there now than it was a while ago. Just chatting to Callum Wilkinson, there was a significant breeze, and he said he did feel it around the circuit a little bit. I was surprised with how disappointed he is about it. I said to him, look, you can't do any more than give 100%. You know, we're all mortal. But I suppose that's what makes great athletes great, isn't it? Is that wanting more from themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Callum's proven himself as a championship performer, winning that World Junior Championships back in 2016. So let's hope he can get a qualification under his belt. His personal best, 81.21, would be enough normally for an invitation for a qualification with an invitation, but he did that outside the qualification standard. So he can do it, and we'll hope he gets a time later in the year.
1:22.47. I wonder if the 6 a.m. start and this cold second half breezy walk is what affected him this morning. you're getting us on screen here in the booth by the finish line. Mara Yamauchi, who speaks Japanese, lived in Japan for quite a few years. And Mara, we didn't see a ticket booked there, confirmed for Japan for Callum Wilkinson, but what a brave walk it was nonetheless. And I guess if he knew through the second half that he was beginning to lose time and be unhappy with his splits, with his mask, then he needs congratulating even more, because it's disheartening when you know your time is not coming out the way you want.
Yeah, a bit disappointing for Callum, but I'm sure he can get the time later in the year. He's made a massive improvement to his technique. He has done the British Athletics Olympic standard, which will get him there with an invitation, and he's currently ranked 24th in the world, if you allow 3 per country. So I think it's looking okay for Callum later in the year. Of course, Tom Bosworth did book his spot to Tokyo today, so we have one definite from the race walkers going to Tokyo.
This is Chris Snook, the Met police officer, coming down towards the end of his 20k walk. 1 hour 33:53 unofficially for Chris Snook. This is his debut this morning, so I think just to get one notched up is very, very encouraging for Chris Snook. As you can see, the glamour of our commentary position here in Kew Gardens is boundless.
Absolutely. I think this is the first time I've done proper outdoor commentating, Tim, but we have a fabulous view of Kew Gardens in all its glory. And later on this morning, the marathon athletes will be going past the Japanese garden 12 times, no less. And I'm told the Taihaku cherry tree there is looking glorious, so we'll look forward to that later. But absolutely iconic venue. Kew is, of course, a World Heritage Site, and we've had some wildlife involved in the planning of this event so far. A few foxes, a badger has been spotted, but very, very fast course. And of course, during COVID, a venue which was able to be closed to the public for COVID safety was key.
Well, it is open to the public now. It opens at 11 o'clock this morning for the public to come in. And of course, the athletes are enjoying an opportunity to compete, to run and walk around Kew Gardens at speed that is never normally available. Apart from Tom Bedford's other races where he works with this facility, with this venue, athletes get to run around the Palm House and other parts of the gardens. Normally, you're not allowed to come in here and just jog. You can't come in here and do your strides on these lovely long straights and strips of good surface. It is for public viewing and enjoying the flora and fauna only. Well, Heather Lewis goes through in front of us with 1 lap to go. You heard the bell chiming away there.
I think that was...
Oh, that was Heather Lewis finishing. Excuse me, that was for a bell for somebody else. I'm misled. We heard a bell being rung and Heather Lewis coming through. So Heather Lewis there.
Heather Lewis winning the women's race in just under 1 hour 36. So her PB, 94.49. It's not a PB, but she's not far off. She was about a minute off her PB. So excellent performance from Heather Lewis from Pembrokeshire.
Yeah, I think that is a good performance from Heather. Again, the cool conditions not ideal for the walkers, and though she walked most of the race, certainly the second half and the harder part of the race on her own. She's smiling there. I wonder if her demeanour will be better than Callum Wilkinson's in regard to her actual performance. I was really struck by how disappointed Callum was there, but that's a great attitude to have for a 24-year-old, to be a really harsh judge of yourself and to want more. But Heather there, about a minute outside her best, as you said rightly, is experienced too, 7th at the Commonwealth Games.
And we've just seen number 37 there in the men's race finish. That was Luke Legon. I think he's, unless he's dropped out, I'm not sure if he's finished or he's dropped out. We'll bring you confirmation of that as soon as we can. Just had a comment from Callum Wilkinson's coach, Rob Heffernan, via Tim Barrett. He said it's some turnaround, really happy, even though he won't be happy with the time. But 6 a.m. start and no competition was a tough race. Nice to showcase his new technique after Doha. So warm words there from Callum Wilkinson's coach, even though he didn't quite get the Olympic qualification standard.
Yeah, and that helps, doesn't it? I mean, I think quietly a lot of coaches would be pleased to hear an athlete being really frustrated with a truly dominant win, and the disappointment from the athlete is what you want, really. You don't want an athlete to settle for something that they believe or they know is below what they can produce. So you can apply yourself 100% and still be disappointed, and that's where Callum Wilkinson sits right now. Heather Lewis, well, I wonder, we'll have a chat with her very shortly. Works on the family farm where there's a tourism business, Clerkenhill Adventure Farm, I understand, and she trains locally, advised from her 3 coaches.
We just had a glimpse there, Tim, of Bethan Davis, who was second in the women's race in about 1:37 and just a few seconds. So Bethan Davis second in the women's race. There they are, number 93 Heather Lewis and number 91 Bethan Davis. Bethan Davis from Wales. So we will bring you an interview with women's winner Heather Lewis in just a moment. And meanwhile, Heather Lewis's winning time unofficially 1:35.44, so just outside her PB, but pretty impressive nonetheless, just around a minute outside her PB. Follows on from her win in the 10,000 metres in early March in Newport. So excellent performance there from Heather Lewis, and her family back home on the family farm in Pembrokeshire will be delighted for her. Heather Lewis, one of many Welsh athletes competing here today, and she will be hoping to compete in the 10,000 metre race walk in Birmingham at next year's Commonwealth Games. So continuing with the placings in the women's race, in 3rd place but still out on the course is Erica Kelly. Erica Kelly from the Isle of Man, coached by Tom Craggs, and as soon as we see her approaching the finishing line, we'll bring you news of that. Erica Kelly, a professional harpist. So another shot there of Kew's glorious Palm House. It has stopped raining now and it's brightening up, not much wind at the moment. Kew has many links with Japan. I mentioned the Japanese garden earlier. It also has a Japanese gate, the Chokushimon, which is a 4/5 scale replica of the famous gateway Karamon at Nishi-Honganji Temple in Kyoto. So unfortunately, non-residents of Japan, spectators not allowed to travel to the Tokyo Olympics because of COVID, but for future travel opportunities, do remember that. And Tim is with women's winner Heather Lewis.
It's a victory here today. It's cool, it's breezy. You were just inside a minute below your personal best, but you're pretty happy with that? Because I know Callum was really disappointed with his win.
Oh, yeah, probably similar to Callum. Generally, I feel like I'm fitter than that time. It was very tough out there. I found it tough mostly just being out on my own, and the loop is a bit bigger than normal. So normally we're used to 1K, so just found the atmosphere slightly lonely at times. But
all more testing therefore, but you came out on top of it, you got the win. You were battling away with Gemma for much of the middle of the race, and then very sadly she ended up being disqualified. When were you made aware that she was disqualified?
Just straight away when she went out.
You saw it, you were close behind.
I could see she was on 2 cards, and so I was kind of, I love having the company, and it would have been brilliant, and I feel for Gemma it's an awful thing to go through. And to be honest, with me, I've been having real technical issues in general lately, so to get through, and I don't think I had a card on the board, for me it's just, it's brilliant, but it is so tough when that happens, and it was gutting for me because I really would have liked Gemma to have pulled me along because she was doing amazing.
Finally, I mean, for you, the realistic carrot in the horizon really is the Commonwealth Games next year?
Yeah, like obviously I'm hoping now I can do a couple more races over 20k, and I'm still really hoping I can get the 20k standard for Tokyo. I obviously really like to try for that. I honestly think from my training I'm capable of getting close at least to that time, so I'd like to really go for it now for the next few races and get maybe a race where I can walk with a few like a nice group or something.
Heather,
Yeah.
I hope that things do pan out for you. Listen, well done this
thank
morning.
you.
Great win. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
The top positions in this morning's race walk, and as soon as we have the final results we will bring you those. We're still so here with the men's results. Callum Wilkinson in first place, 1:22.47. Tom Bosworth in second, 1:26.24. He books an automatic spot at the Tokyo Olympics. And Guy Thomas in third in 1 hour 30 and 19 seconds.
Yes, Callum Wilkinson there winning very impressively, but still bitterly disappointed with that performance. There will be faster times to come, I'm sure, with competitive opportunities aplenty in the not too distant future, as he described. Guy Thomas back in third place behind Tom Bosworth, who, as we just said, is still recovering from COVID. However, there's the top two ladies in the women's race. Heather Lewis, who we just chatted to, 1 hour 35 minutes and 44 seconds. She too knows she can go a lot quicker and has ambitions for Tokyo. And Bethan Davies, 1 hour 37.04 in second place. What about a minute, just less than a minute and a half down. Well, that concludes our coverage of the race walks here in Kew Gardens. It has been at these Müller British Marathon Race Walk Trials a great start to the day, and it will continue in about 10 minutes time with our coverage of the marathons for men and women. But from myself, Tim Hutchings, and Mari Yamauchi and the production team here for just 10 minutes, you can go and put the kettle on, and we'll see you very shortly. Welcome to Kew Gardens in southwest London for these Müller British Marathon and Racewalk trials. Welcome back if you saw our earlier racewalk coverage. And here this morning, tickets for the Tokyo Games can be booked by Britain's top men and women over the full marathon distance of 42.2 kilometres. Small fields for these trials, just 12 women and 15 men lining up. Myself, Tim Hutchings and Mara Yamauchi, Olympian and fifth placer in the Olympic Games back in 2008, with you for almost the next 3 hours now as we see these races unfold on a small loop here, multi-lap loop being used, dead flat here in Kew Gardens. Conditions, well, not perfect, but it's a cool morning, about 10 degrees, almost ideal for marathon running. There is a slight breeze coming from the southwest, that was to be expected, but actually the layout of these gardens means the athletes will be reasonably well sheltered and protected from the little breeze that is out there. We can take a look at the start list for these athletes now. As I said, small fields, 15 men and 12 women, and there have been one or two withdrawals literally in the last 24 hours or so. Well, there is the lineup for the men's race. Ben Connor starts as outstanding favourite, and fittingly perhaps he will wear number 1. He is already has the Olympic qualifying time. He just needs to finish in the first 2 here in Kew Gardens to book his ticket for Tokyo. And there's the lineup for the women's race. Several of those athletes have broken 30 minutes. Charlotte Arter is a fascinating debutante here this morning. She's a good half marathon runner, a 10,000 metre runner. Joanna Regan, one of those who pulled out just yesterday. Really frustrating after limited competition over this last year for so many athletes, and of course so few competition opportunities and long preparations. These are not sprinters, they can't run 2 or 3 times a week. These athletes generally race marathons just twice a year. You need roughly a month to recover from marathon, and then a build-up of some 4 months or so for the next big competition. So every race carries so much significance for these men and women, and none more so in the Olympic cycle than for these athletes this morning. As I said, just 27 of them there on the start line. The race, the course they have to contest over is one short lap of just over a mile, followed by 12 laps of almost exactly 2 miles. The main lap they will contest over 12 times is 3,333 metres round. Dave Bedford there with his back to the camera, long-time race director of the London Marathon. His son Tom Bedford is actually the race director today, and massive thanks and shout out to Kew Gardens and Richmond Borough Council who have made these events possible in very, very difficult times for the world of sport, and in particular for track and field athletics. So away they go then. The racing is off at exactly 8 AM local time. The walks earlier, the 20k walk has set off at 6 AM, not long after the after sun was up. But I don't think the temperature is going to rise much for these athletes, even though it's slightly later in the morning. And if anything, the wind has picked up over the last hour or so. And they're running almost exactly due south at the moment down the broad walk here, the main strip, which is 350 meters long. And when they go through this, will eventually be the finish line in about 300 or 400 meters, they will negotiate 1 lap and then have 12 main laps to complete. Mara, if you were running in this morning and you were in the position of, say, Ben Connor, and you've got the Olympic qualifying time already nailed, how would you be approaching this? Would you be absolutely just trying to ensure you're in top 2 and not contribute to the actual pace? He doesn't want it to be fast, does he?
Of course, all Ben Connor has to do is finish in the top 2 and he's guaranteed to go. They have pacemakers, so he doesn't need to worry about the pace. But you know, there's Callum Hawkins is pre-selected, so only 2 places in the men's race up for grabs today. And of course in the women's race, nobody pre-selected, so 3 slots available in the women's race. There are 4 athletes in the women's race who are already qualified, but only one of them is racing today, and that is Stephanie Davis. The word on the street is she is in amazing form. The others qualified are Steph Twell, Charlotte Purdue and Jess Piasecki, but they are absent today. This trial not compulsory by British athletics rules, therefore we do have some absentees, but first two across the line, if they have a qualification, will automatically gain a place at Tokyo. And then the third spot will be selected by athletes who have the qualification standard from other competitions.
Well, there are the pacemakers for the ladies field. Of course, will be going a little bit slower than the men through each of these laps. The pacemakers are tasked with going out at just inside 2 hours 29:30, that Olympic qualifying tempo. You should see Charlotte Arter there, and Stephanie Davis in the light blue. Callum Hawkins there to the left of this front pair of athletes with the red hoops across his chest. Does, as Mara said, have his ticket booked for Tokyo already. Twice fourth in the World Championships, a heroic fourth in the London edition back in 2017 over the marathon distance, just outside the medals, and then unbelievably cruelly in a way, fourth again in Doha in October 2019 in the sweltering heat along that seafront strip of the Qatari capital. But Callum has the luxury of knowing he's already got his place on the plane for Tokyo booked. Chatting to him last night, he said, yep, he's had a fabulous few months of training after a few injury problems back in October, and with his talus, a heel bone. He says he's put together some really good work in recent months. And those memories of the 2018 Commonwealth Games where he collapsed when he was way out in the lead in the marathon, many of you will remember, those are long gone.
You mentioned the weather earlier, Tim. The official weather forecast from the BBC at the moment, just after 8 AM here in southwest London, is 10 degrees Celsius, and the forecast for the next couple of hours or so is light rain showers and a moderate breeze. So hopefully it's not raining at the moment. 10 degrees I would say is a good temperature for these athletes, rising to 11 AM a little later in the morning. So at the moment, pretty good conditions. We have a southerly wind of 10 to 11, up to 12 miles an hour. So pretty good conditions at the moment for racing.
Many people, of course, Mara, will be querying why the fields are so small here. They could have been a little bit larger with these narrow paths around Kew Gardens, but of course it couldn't have taken a field of 100, 200 or anything like that. But the women's field, just 12 ladies, and as you've mentioned, several very significant no-shows for different reasons. Are you disappointed with that? Are you surprised?
I am a bit surprised. As I said earlier, the trial isn't compulsory, but you know, if several women go under the time today, it's possible that all of those three absentees will not be going to Tokyo. Steph Twell wants to focus on the 10,000 metres, so she may be going in that event, but Charlotte Purdue and Jess Piasecki, they might find themselves not selected. There are several rounds of selection, so
well, just looking at that men's leading pack, Darry Griffiths rather, of Swansea Harriers, the 29-year-old, tucked right in behind the pacemakers. He's the fastest man in the field on paper with a best of 2:09. You can see top right of picture there. This is beginning to string out already, this field. That's a debut performance back in 2017 in Frankfurt from Darry Griffiths was a fabulous performance. Straight away, bang, under 2:10 in his first ever marathon. But he's had a lot of injury problems since then, although he says things are coming together much, much better in recent months. They've negotiated that first small lap of just over a mile, and I got it at around 5:02, 5:03 as they went through. So that first mile, I think, was probably a 4:55, something in that sort of region. Very quick. They need, because we will stick mainly with the kilometre splits, 3:07 per kilometre for 2:11:30. 3:07 per kilometre. So as we get their 5, 10, 15k splits, we will update you, of course, with how well they're sticking to that required pace. Chris Thompson there, by the way, too, in that sort of greyish vest with a red cap on. They go through the line there now, 6:46 on the clock, and they have 12 big laps to complete. 12 laps of 3,333 metres here in Kew Gardens. The ladies obviously a couple of hundred metres back already.
I was mentioning the rounds for selection, Tim. So round 1 is first and second across the line today if they have the qualification standard. The selection meeting takes place next Tuesday, so this is their final opportunity. The next round after that is any athletes who have the qualification but who didn't finish top 2 today. That is not automatic, but UK Athletics can select an athlete in that round. Thereafter, the further rounds are all to do with world rankings, and such is the depth of in marathon running worldwide that I don't think any British athletes are going to be receiving invitations based on world rankings. So it's essentially top 2 today or a third spot from other competitions with a qualifying mark. And for women it's 2:29:30, and for the men it's 2:11:30. These times are a bit quicker than they have been in recent years, but of course, Tim, we're now in the era of carbon blade shoes, which do give some advantage. There's a debate over how much, but if you consider that previous qualifications have been a little bit slower, that you could say the current qualification standards are equivalent to what they have been in the past.
These athletes now out in a section of the course that you won't have seen if you were watching the race walks earlier on. Here's the leading pack of ladies with the 2 pacemakers for this first group, Josh Grace and Kevin Quinn, leading them along. And they need to be running at 74-minute tempo for halfway. That is the target. And they should be helping these ladies right the way through to 30k, so pretty much to 3/4 distance, Josh Grace and Kevin Quinn. That would be wonderful if they can do that. You can see the leading ladies there. 52, Steph Davis in the black. 54, that is Sarah Ingalls from Lothian Running Club, actually based in Canada. She arrived in the UK just on Tuesday from Canada, Sarah Ingalls, and great hopes about her possibly being able to improve upon her best of 2:29. She missed the qualifying standard 2:29:30 by 11 seconds in Arizona in the USA back in late December. So if her form has come on a bit, then certainly Sarah Ingalls is one of the great favourites.
Yeah, I'm really positive about Sarah Ingalls. I spoke to her a couple of weeks ago. She was sounding really confident. She got very close to that qualification standard. And of course, athletes today will also be chasing Commonwealth Games 2022 in Birmingham standard. So for Scotland, that's 2:15:12 and 2:36:49 for the women. Wales 2:15:30, 2:35:30. England 2:14, 2:34. And Northern Ireland 2:13, 2:32. So all of those standards are a little bit easier than the Tokyo Olympics qualification standards.
Now that's one of the tighter corners on the circuit, and I think any second now they will pass a Badgers set just about there where those mats are for later timing points. Kew Gardens, a unique setting in so many different ways. You can see how narrow the path is. The foliage has been cut back in 1 or 2 places, but of course this venue is all about the plant life, and cutting back anything is considered a mortal sin. So you couldn't have had a pack much wider than about 3 across on these paths. That doesn't matter because it's a small field, as I said, just some 15 men out there. Interesting to see that this little group has split away quite so quickly. Darry Morris there to the left in blue. Right in the centre there in the red cap is Chris Thompson. And then, of course, Ben Connor, the taller figure, towards the back of the group. And I think behind them, just trying to see, I think it's Mohammed Ardan of Thames Valley Harriers at the back of this group.
You mentioned a moment ago, Tim, the sharp corner there. When I recce'd the course a few weeks ago, that was really the only corner on the whole course which I thought was a bit too sharp. If you looked at the course on a map, it did look quite sharp corners, but in reality they're much smoother.
There is the course map. Now the athletes at the moment are down towards the bottom there of that red red line, the main circuit that they will negotiate 12 times, about halfway round this first of 12 big laps. Now they will take a right and head northwards, going upwards. That left-hand red line is well, it's pretty straight for about a mile. I mean, it's brilliantly quick running. It's dead flat. There's actually a slight drop in the middle of that, so they drop a couple of feet in that, and I'm sure we'll see some superbly quick splits coming through with this circuit being so fast. The thing is, can they maintain it for just over 2 hours? That is the big challenge. The temperature is cool. I would say if it was Berlin and a bright sunny autumn morning, it would be perfect, but maybe with damp in the air and a breeze across Kew Gardens, it's not ideal conditions. It was actually a lot better, I thought, a couple of hours ago before the wind picked up.
So Callum Hawkins there on pacemaking duties. He is pre-selected, but he does have to prove his fitness. I'm not sure if his pacemaking today is part of that, but he will have agreed how he proves his fitness with UK Athletics. Number 2, Darry Griffiths there. For me, I'm really excited to see how he gets on today. He did a fantastic debut, 2:09.49 in Frankfurt in October 17, but has struggled with illness since then. But for me, when he's on top form, and we hear that he is on good form now and he's trained well, he's definitely a sub-2:10 man.
Well, there's the scene from the drone above Kew Gardens. And what a view it is. Glorious facility that stages other races under the guidance of Tom Bedford and his little events company here in southwest London. There's the main Palm House, the finish line just to the left, top left of the Palm House itself, where our commentary marquee is situated. The athletes are running off towards the far end there. You might be able to see the pagoda more or less in the centre of that shot that they will run round. And now they're on that long straight stretch that was heading in a northerly direction. The prevailing wind, generally from the southwest, if they are feeling it, will be behind them now, and that's why I said we'll see some really quick splits there. And likewise, these ladies, I think, are on that same section, heading northwards, but with the wind behind them.
On the left of that shot there is 21-year-old Becky Briggs on her. She's one of the interesting debutantes here today. Just 21 years old, and she ran for Great Britain in the World Half Marathon Championships in Poland last October, finishing in 64th place. So she's the youngest in this race. Coached by Jeff Watkin, she aims for consistency and avoiding overtraining. So number 57 there, that's Becky Briggs.
One's from the City of Hull Club, and actually attends St Mary's University, just a mile or two away from here, the 21-year-old. 51 there. You can see Charlotte Arter in the light blue towards the back of this group. Also in the light blue to the right there, just behind the 2 male pacemakers, is Sarah Ingalls. And look out too for Natasha Cockram. I think she's in there as well. She's a 2:30 performer, runs for the Mickey Morris Racing Team. The 28-year-old, 2:30 coming in Dublin when she finished in 5th place back in 2019.
Charlotte Arter, Tim, is some way ahead of the others with her half marathon PB, 69.41 from February 2019. Really exciting to see what she can do on her debut today.
It is indeed. For this men's field, well, I am surprised at how quickly these 2 pacemakers and 4 competitors have eased away from the main pack. I say the main pack with only 15 starters. The word pack is relative, of course. But it's Darry Griffiths in the blue, Chris Thompson in that sort of greyish vest in behind Dowie, and then Ben Connor, of course, who is the fastest man in the field in the last couple of years. And at 5K, they've gone through in 15:24, so absolutely spot on what was required. In fact, a little bit quicker than was expected for the first 5K. I said the first mile was fast. I got it at about 4:55. Well, they are well inside the 2:11:30 qualifying standard that is required. And the first 2 here, if they get that time, are definitely guaranteed places in the Tokyo Olympic team. Mohamed Ardan, the 31-year-old Tim Valley Harrier, towards the back of this group, I think, is a 13:56 5,000 metre runner making his debut, as are several others in these men's and women's races. Talk about being thrown in the deep end, an Olympic trial. We see this women's field. And Mara, you mentioned the absent ladies. Charlotte Purdue, of course, a 2:25 performer in London 2019, and Jess Piasecki, who won Florence in November 2019 with 2:25. Steph Twell, 2:26 with Frankfurt in October 2019. It's a real shame those ladies couldn't be here, but each of them has perfectly good reasons.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a gamble for them not competing, because if 3 or more athletes go under the time today, those 3 could be selected. The top 3 could be selected. But anyway, that's where we are. Some very interesting debuts today, Tim, but also a couple of athletes, Rosie Edwards, PB of 2:40, and Clara Evans, 2:46. I think those 2 are due for enormous PB revisions. Clara Evans recently was 3rd in Newport in the 10,000 metres on the track, 32:49. In that race, Lily Partridge, brilliant over cross country over many years. She was 2nd, 32:33. So we could see a few surprises as well. Becky Briggs having a very aggressive race so far. Interestingly, I had a text exchange with Sarah Rowell earlier in the week. She was one of Great Britain's representatives at the 1984 Los Angeles Olympics. She was just 21 years old when she competed in LA, and I'm pretty sure her PB of 2:28.06 is still the under 23 British record and 12th UK all time. She commented that today, when the men overtake the women, that might throw the women off their rhythm a bit, and she thinks that might make them a little bit nervous. That's what happened in London when the trial race took place that she ran in. Of course, now in London, the elite women start about 45 minutes earlier than the elite men, so that doesn't happen anymore.
Just to put you in the picture in regard to that first 5K for the leading men, 15:24 is exactly 2 hours 10-minute pace, so they are going quicker than the required schedule if they want to hit the Olympic qualifying standard, significantly quicker in that men's race, building up a bit of a cushion, you could say. 19 minutes on the clock, and the ladies are moving well. A much bigger pack tucked in behind the male pacemakers. 17:38 at 5K for the ladies, and that was on schedule, well, just well inside, about 5 seconds inside the 2:29.30 tempo. So both fields here, Mara, in the early stages, running aggressively and really positively.
Yeah, it's great to see. I mean, they don't want to, end up with 2:29.35, so it's great to see them going a little bit ahead of schedule. We heard earlier in the week that Steph Davis, who's apparently in great form, asked for 73.30 to halfway, and a bit of negotiation happened, and they ended up with 74 to halfway, so 2:28. So Stephanie Davis supposedly in great form. It's interesting, Tim, that there are pacemakers here today, especially male pacemakers for the women, which is clear advantage. Of course, men are on average taller than women, can act as a windbreak, because in the Olympics there aren't any pacemakers. So some people might say, that this race should not have pacemakers. If I was the race director, I think that would be my decision, but the athletes here today, Tom Bedford has decided they will have pacemakers, and that gives them a bit of a luxury in terms of the pacemakers doing the hard work, and the racing will really get underway in the final 10 to 15k or so.
See, I'll differ with you on that. I think that we have such limited amounts of talent in the UK, and it's just a numbers game. We're very different to the USA, where they have many world-class marathon runners who can run under 2:12, 2:10. I think in the UK we have so few guys that can actually hit the standard, that we have to nurture that talent and giving them this little bit of assistance. If it's within the rules, which it is, I don't see anything wrong with it. Don't let's forget that there are pacemakers in the London Marathon every year, where the trials have unofficially been held for many, many years. There weren't pacemakers, of course, 40 years ago, when the most recent Olympic trial prior to today was held in Milton Keynes, on the twisting paths of Milton Keynes and Newtown. Massive field, about 200 runners, a very high caliber field, but it was a windy, cold day, and the times that ended up coming out from that trial for the Moscow Games were not very fast at all. But there weren't pacemakers there It was a very, very different landscape. Ironically, huge fields there because there were no qualifying times for the trials actually, but it was sort of pre the running boom proper. So anybody could have entered, and yet only a couple of hundred did turn up and run. If you said there's a trial going on, would you like to run? You'd get 50,000 showing up now. I mean, there's the contrast for you.
Yeah, I was in touch with Joyce and Brian Smith a couple of weeks ago. Joyce Smith raced in the 1984 inaugural Los Angeles Olympics women's marathon, and I was talking about this being a standalone trial for the first time ever for the women and the first time since 1980 for the men, because usually it's part of the London Marathon. And Brian told me that he was the race director for the 3rd Avon International Women's Marathon, which was held on the same weekend in 1980 in August as the men's Olympic Marathon was held in Moscow. They had a top-class field. Inaugural women's champion at the Olympics, Joan Benoit, was 4th, and the aim was to persuade the IOC to include a women's marathon in the Olympics, which they did in 1984. That race started in Battersea Park in South London, a bit closer to central London than we are here today, and finished in the Guildhall courtyard.
I'm delighted to see Darry Griffiths looking so up for this in the blue vest there, wearing number 2, the Swansea Harrier. He has had a lot of injury problems, but in easing off even after a good period of training more recently. He said his easing off for this race has coincided with lambing time on his parents' farm where he lives, so he's been up to his arms in it, if you'll forgive the turn of phrase, in recent days, even though his legs might be getting fresher. Training's gone really, really well, he said, so he's been on the start line at 100%, he said to me over the last couple of days. Big supporter of Swansea City, who are 3rd in the championship, so things going well for him in various other sporting spheres of his life.
Yeah, Darry Griffiths is amazing. I mean, he works full-time on his parents' farm on top of marathon training. It's just unbelievable, incredible. Of course, continuing a great tradition of Welsh male marathon running with former world record holder Steve Jones, and of course Steve Brace, who's director of Welsh Athletics, and Welsh Athletics really going places at the moment, so great work by Steve Brace. Of course, Charlotte Arter, Clara Evans in the women's race, also representing Wales today.
Well, there's something in the Celtic waters. I mean, you look at the number of Scots who are running today as well. It's a fabulously strong squad. Good job being done by these pacemakers, by the way, in this women's race. Josh Grace and Kevin Quinn moving along just nicely, keeping that gap of about 4 or 5 metres back to the pack of, what, about 6 or 7 ladies? I'm impressed by Becky Briggs, the smallest of the group. She's a tiny little character, but she's running here with real confidence. Trains just around the corner from Kew Gardens in Bushy Park mostly. Lives in Teddington. I said she's a student at St Mary's University here in southwest London. 54, yeah. Sarah Ingalls, probably the tallest of the group. Mara, I mean, there'd be a lot to be said if they're hitting the splits for just tucking in and enjoying the ride for the first 3 quarters of this. They're not actually being to the front of it and getting yourself busy, sort of just making yourself a little bit more prominent physically. Sometimes not the best policy.
Definitely. I mean, if there are pacemakers available, you don't want to waste any energy up at the front. You want to just, tuck in, save your energy for the racing when that starts at 30 odd K. The goal today is to be 1st or 2nd across the line for all of these women. I mean, some of the women who aren't realistically going to get the time, for them, they might be aiming for Commonwealth Games standards, but for those in this front group and those in contention for the Olympic time, the goal is 1st or 2nd across the line. Becky Briggs, they're based in Teddington. I used to volunteer helping with coaching at St Mary's where she was based. She always gives it 110% in coaching, and she's got the perfect body type for the marathon as well, really small and compact, so it'd be great to see. Of course, it's her debut today. Great to see how she gets on in the marathon over the coming years. Number 52, we just saw that Steph Davis. We spoke about her being on great form. Natasha Cockram also being spoken about as one of the favourites today. She was the first Brit at the London Marathon last October.
Well, they're moving along very smoothly indeed at the front end of this men's race. I think I was reading the Olympic selection policy document last night, many pages of it, and I think today is the day by which Callum Hawkins had to show form. That's why this works so well for him, pacemaking here, and he's due to go to about 28.5 K, and we've been told that if he's feeling fine at that point when he drops out. He'll come and have a chat with us here in the booth, which will be, I think, in my experience, unique to actually chat to somebody who's just been out in the thick of the action, stepping into the commentary booth and giving us their tuppence worth of proceedings. But getting the drinks on board, of course, because a hard, pretty healthy tempo 30k is nothing to be sniffed at.
Accompanying him on pacemaking duties there was Jake Smith, who had a fantastic run in the World Half Marathon last October in Poland. There are actually 3 pace groups in the men's race, 65, 45 to halfway for Group 2. That's Nick Gulab on pacing there, and then a third group going at 67 to halfway. So those 2 groups more aiming for the Commonwealth Games standards, but this first group up at the sharp end definitely aiming for that Tokyo qualification. Johnny Mellor is absent from this race, Tim, and he has 2 qualification standards already. He suffered an injury in recent weeks, so shame that he's not there. And he will be watching this very closely, I'm sure. Of course, Callum pre-selected, only 2 more slots up for grabs in the men's race.
Yeah, Johnny Mellor, if you're not familiar with this story of his recent injury, it's absolutely bizarre. He slept in a pressure sleeve on his leg, which rolled down to his ankle and cut off the blood in his foot, and overnight developed a condition which resulted in him having gout. Can you believe it? Now, that is something you do associate with Henry VIII and too much port and lots of really rich foods, but Johnny Mellor, who has the qualifying time, has gout. We hope very temporarily, because it's an unbelievably painful condition apparently, and he will be watching this with chewing his fingernails, I'm sure, wondering whether or not he will effectively, because of that very unfortunate incident, be knocked out of the Olympic reckoning, which is perfectly feasible here today. If the top 2 get the qualifying time, then along with Callum, that's your Olympic team.
Yeah, we spoke earlier during the race walks, Tim, about Tom Bosworth having had COVID, and you know, if illness strikes in your build-up to the Olympics, you know, your carefully laid plans can quickly go horribly wrong. Tom Bosworth took about 6 months to feel okay to be back at full training again, so we wish Johnny Mellor a full recovery, but I'm sure he'll be watching nervously as a group of 4 men, I think it is, currently under Olympic qualification standard.
Well, here's a shot from our drone over the rather glorious Kew Gardens. This is the southern end of the gardens, and the athletes easing their way around the early parts of this trial. Nearly 30 minutes on the clock, and things looking really good at the moment in the men's and women's races.
I think we caught a glimpse a moment ago there, Tim, of the Chokushimon gate in the Japanese garden. The athletes do pass the Japanese garden 12 times, and fortuitously, since they're aiming for Tokyo, the cherry blossoms are looking spectacular here at Kew Gardens, which is, of course, a World Heritage Site.
Callum Hawkins, looking very smooth indeed. Jake Smith alongside him in the white cap, bouncing along. What a breakthrough that was for him in Gdynia at the World Half Marathon Championships. He'd run a very fast track 10,000, I think, prior to that last October, but he's elevated himself to world class incredibly quickly. And the pair of them, well, that is possibly the highest caliber pair of pacemakers there's ever been in the history of British distance running in a major road race, because to get a pair like that helping you out, helping you reach a certain standard is pretty special. And it's good to see Ben Connor and Darry Griffiths and Chris Thompson and Adan taking advantage of that 10k there they've just gone through in 30:50. And Amara, you go rushing over to your tables and you will tell us that they are...
Yeah, so 31:09 is what they needed for Olympic qualification time. So they're somewhat inside that, well, if I've done my sums correctly. So all looking good so far.
Yeah, 30:48 would have had them on 2:10 tempo, so 30:50. Well, they're clearly on tempo for something around 2:10.10. Well over a minute, nearly a minute and a half inside the qualifying standard, and they're looking comfortable. Now, of course, many great names will tell you that in a 10,000 metre race, the halfway point is after 20 laps, and the last 5 laps is when you cover the second half, effectively, psychologically and physically in effort. And many people say that a marathon, the halfway point is at 20 miles, and that last 10k, that last 6 miles is when the real racing takes place. So I suppose for each of these athletes, the challenge is, the task is to try and get to 20 miles in good order, and then get your racing brain switched on and really attack those last 10Ks psychologically as much as physically. They want to stay as relaxed as possible, conserve as much energy as possible through this first half, through to 30k, and then to really start battling it out. And that's what we'd love to see. I'd love to see some great racing today. The walk earlier, won by Callum Wilkinson, the 20k walk, it was a storming victory from him. He was very disappointed with his time, but he won by about 3 minutes, and it wasn't a contest, it was an exhibition run for Callum Wilkinson. Well, it would be great to see a couple of wonderful battles unfold here in Kew Gardens in the marathons. Certainly looks like that's going to be the case in the women's race.
Yeah, Tim, the selections for the marathon take place next Tuesday, so this is the final opportunity for them to qualify. The absolute final deadline set by the World Athletics is the 31st of May, so athletes from other countries can still qualify, but for the UK, this is it.
For the marathon runners and walkers, yes, Tuesday, the 30th of March is the deadline. All remaining events will be have to be selected by Monday, the 28th of June, by when, of course, the sport will have had its track and field championships, which I think are in Manchester.
Yes, that's right. Looking at the World Athletics World Rankings, currently 76 women have qualified for the Olympic marathon by time, and in the men 101 by time, so it just shows you the incredible depth in those events. Of course, it's only 3 per country, and within those qualifications there may be many, more than 3 from some countries.
Looking at this field, Sarah Ingalls there, between the 2 pacemakers, wearing 54, had a wonderful 2020, starting off with that becoming number 3 all-time Scott over the half marathon distance in Houston. She ran 70.24 for the half marathon, just behind on the all-time Scottish rankings, behind Liz McColgan and Steph Twell, and then that fabulous marathon debut last December in Arizona. So she comes here, Sarah Ingalls, full of confidence, the Canada-based athlete, originally from the village of Avonbridge near Falkirk, about 15 miles west of Edinburgh. But she, I think, will be a real force to contend with here this morning, Sarah Ingalls. And from this men's group, well, doesn't Ben Connott look comfortable? The tallest of this group by quite a few inches. He's a big lad. But, you know, what I like about Ben is he's got the pedigree. He has world-class track times. He's run 13.19 for 5,000. He's run 27.57 for 10,000. Now, those might not be up with the very best of the East Africans, but by European standards, they're very, very quick times. And they give you a wonderful base on which to build your marathon training, because it means that at 5-minute miling, when you've got that 13.19 pace, at 5-minute miling, like they're moving at the moment, you're just relaxed, you're comfortable, you're not really pushing it. He's run 47, low 47s for 10 miles, 47.16, so he's got really good speed endurance. And his 2:11.20 last October in London is what puts him in such a strong position here today, Ben Connor. He just has to finish in the first 2 with those red arm sleeves. Now, is Chris Thompson just beginning to struggle off the back of this group now? Chris Thompson.
I think he is, yep.
The gap developing, and that is bad news for Chris. 39 years old, Chris. He's almost 40. This is his 7th marathon, and his personal best was actually back in 2014 when he was 11th in London, when he ran 2:11.19. It was his debut. Hasn't been able to go faster since.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in the women's race, Tim, we've just had the 10k split, which they went through in 35:11, is what we're hearing, and 35:26 is what they would have needed to be on qualification time pace. So they're somewhat inside, not that much, 20-odd seconds.
Well, yeah, but it does mean they're on schedule for something like 2:28.20, something like that. So about a minute inside when they come to the finish line, over a minute inside the automatic, the qualifying standard rather. And that women's group behind the 2 pacemakers, There are what, 2, 4, 6 of them shifting along at that really useful tempo. Personal best tempo for all of them, but for the 2:27 athlete Steph Davis.
Quite a big group there in the women's race. Sarah Ingalls, we were talking about earlier, Tim, she's a PE teacher and she also works for Streamline Athletes, which helps athletes to find scholarships in the USA. She's going back to Canada tomorrow, where she will have to isolate for 2 weeks on arrival. She says she was in much better shape this time around than she was for her 2:29.41 in Arizona last December, so expecting good things from Sarah Ingalls. Lily Partridge, been a top athlete for many years, really strong on cross country. She has done the qualifying standard, PB 2:29.24, but not within the qualifying period. The qualifying period, incidentally, started on the 1st of January 2019. It was then suspended on the 5th of April 2020 because of COVID, and then it restarted on the 1st of September 2020, and for the British athletes it finishes on Tuesday. So Lily Partridge, I think, is in that group. Just checking the numbers. Yeah, that's her 53 in the black. Charlotte Archer on the left at the back, number 51. Just behind the pacemaker on the left, that's Steph Davis, number 52, Becky Briggs, and Sarah Ingalls. So I think there are 5 at least in that group.
I'm sure I counted 6. No, there's 6.
6, okay. And Natasha Cockram is there as well. So all the usual suspects we were expecting to be in this lead group.
There it is, 35.12 at 10K for the leading ladies, officially, after a 17:39 first 5K. So looking good at the moment. Yeah, Lily Partridge, interesting athlete. She was 30 just a couple of weeks ago. I was in the British team and on many trips with her parents, funnily enough, who were both Great Britain internationals. Dick Partridge and his wife and Lily's mum Ruth, both very, very good athletes. So she's been brought up in a real running household. She was English cross-country champion in 2015. Ran a pretty good track 10,000 in Wales, in Newport, back at the beginning of this month, 3 weeks ago. She ran 32.33, so she comes here really well. Now, the only worry about the debutante we've mentioned, Charlotte Arter, is that the Cardiff athlete, is that, and she's in this group, is that she dropped out of that 10,000 3 weeks back, as we see that glorious shot of Kew Gardens and the pagoda. Wonderful, wonderful structure. And it's straight, got a lean like the Italian version. Iconic structure. I'm trying to think if there's anything remotely like that anywhere else in the UK. I'm not sure there is. So heading out on this next lap, almost 40 minutes on the clock at the front end of this men's field. Now, is Chris Thompson still in touch with them? Chris was heading back a little while ago, and I'm not sure he is there. I can see Darry Griffiths and Ben Connor. And yes, Mohammed Ardan is there as well.
I think Chris is there, but he's at the back of that group. Looks like he's struggling to stay with that group. Yeah.
It's strange, isn't it? Is he hanging on, or is he purposely just staying 10 or 15 metres back? That would be a rare position to choose to be in.
I think he's hanging on, Tim. There's no reason why you would want to run by yourself when you've got pacemakers a few metres ahead of you. I think he's struggling to stay with that pace. One interesting entrant in the men's field, Tim, is Tom Evans from Lewis AC, a PB of 2:26.07, which is relatively pedestrian, but he's run a half in 63.14 and represented Great Britain in the World Half in Poland last October. So his PB due for an enormous revision. He's an ultra and mountain running specialist.
Yeah, Tom Evans from Lewis, just around the corner from where I live, down in Sussex. His personal best is only 2:26. He'll have to go a lot quicker than that if he wants to be anywhere near the front end of this one. Former captain of the Welsh Guards. He's a fascinating character. Former captain of the Welsh Guards. He's got 8 rescue chickens, named after drag queens, would you believe? 2 rescue dogs, a rescue tortoise called Herbert, and He's done some astonishing things in his life. His ambition is to run the Olympic marathon and set a 100-kilometre world record, Tom Evans. But he'll need to improve his PB by well over 10 minutes, 15 minutes to have a sniff at a team place, because this is a high caliber lead group and he's nowhere in sight at the moment.
Tim, I think Mo Ardan also is struggling to keep up with this pace. Just wondered if there was a little bit of a gap between him and Ben Connor.
Well, it wouldn't be surprising, would it? Because they are moving at about 2:10 tempo, and 15k coming up very shortly. They'll be looking to hit 15k in around 46 and a half, 46:45 to be on the 2:11:30 schedule. But I think they're going to hit it a little bit quicker than that.
Yeah, Darry Griffiths of Wales was looking very comfortable just a moment ago. It'd be great to see him get back to the form he showed in his debut in Frankfurt, 2:09:49. His dream, he says, is to become an Olympian. He loves all sports and supports Swansea City in football.
Likes a bit of rugby too, which is a real surprise for a Welshman, isn't it? Living on that family farm in, how am I going to pronounce this? Llanfynid? I hope that's right. Trains on the local roads. And as I mentioned earlier, probably just happy to be here in London away from lambing. Trains mostly alone. He focuses his efforts on quality, he says, not quantity, under the guidance of Kevin Evans. He's great friends with his coach. He's been with him since the age of 14, so 15 years now he's been with the same coach. That's some bond they must have built.
Absolutely, yeah. Darry did an interesting interview recently about the new carbon-plated shoes, and he used the phrase free time. They give you free time, meaning, you know, extra minutes off your PB, which was an interesting way to describe it.
Yeah, I'm not going to get too deeply into that whole debate. We know they help athletes out a little bit, but you know what is great about this morning is we're seeing real racing going on. We're also seeing Chris Thompson dropping further back. I don't know if you saw just then, but there was he looked to be 20 or 30 meters back from that little lead pack in the men's field. This women's pack, well, it's really impressive. We've been saying all along, everybody's been saying for the last couple of weeks, the women's field here is significantly stronger in depth than the men's, and these pictures pretty much underline that, because you look at the caliber there and 5 or 6 top women athletes battling this out, and it's really hard to say, well, this is who's going to win. I mean, it isn't a men's race, but there's only two or three of them really up there battling it out. Here, out of those 6 athletes, I mean, would you want to place your money on it? Mara, if I put you on the spot?
I try not to get drawn into predictions, because, you know, so much can happen on the day. And, you know, a debutante like Charlotte Arter with a 69.5, you know, that's promising. But then we've heard Steph Davis is in awesome shape. Steph Davis's coach, Phil Kissy, his philosophy is train hard and focus on yourself, not on other people. I think that's really great advice, especially in this social media age. It's so easy to get distracted by all sorts of trivia which doesn't help you to run fast.
Well, helping them run fast at the moment, Josh Grace and Kevin Quinn doing a wonderful job. The men should be approaching 15 kilometres very shortly. 45 minutes on the clock. We're expecting the men to go through 15k in around 46 and a half minutes. These ladies, they should go through 15k, maybe a click, around 53 minutes, so they've got a little while to go just yet.
Natasha Cockram is also in that group, Tim, and looking very comfortable at the moment. Her training's supposed to have gone very well. In the information she sent to us, though, she says she loves long runs, but a couple of times she's returned home on partner Jim's handlebars. Jim accompanies her on the bike. So she's hit the wall a couple of times, but she's apparently been training very well. She owns a horse and says has put show jumping on ice since running 2:35. So keen horsewoman in Natasha Cockram, of course the British champion in October last year, PB of 2:30:49 from Dublin 2019.
Now, Mara, we were talking earlier about the pacemakers and the sort of whether or not it's right or wrong to have pacemakers in a trial. Do you not think that maybe if you had these 6 ladies running like this on their own, maybe having broken away, almost certainly at a slower tempo without the pacemakers, we'd have a great race in our hands, but they wouldn't be narrowing down towards times sub 2:30. You know, it would be a domestic dust-up, and who's going to take on the mantle of being the pacemaker, or at least the sacrificial lamb, to push the pace along at personal best tempo for most of them? So it's a tough one. Do you think, you know, would we get the ladies going under the Olympic qualifying time if there were no pacemakers?
So what you said earlier is a completely valid point, that, you know, we have limited numbers of athletes at this level. Let's help them get to the Olympics. The objective for today is to get to the Olympics, so great to have pacemakers. However, what I don't like about pacemakers is it doesn't encourage athletes to develop their own racing skills and tactics and nous. So in a race like this with pacemakers, it's decided what they're going to do till 30k, and then the racing starts. But if there were no pacemakers, every athlete would have to think, how am I going to win this from the gun? So Steph Davis, for example, we've heard about some of her training. I think she's in about 2:26, 2:27 pace. She could have calculated, okay, I'm, let's say, 2 minutes fitter than everybody else. I'm going to go out on my own at 2:26, 2:27 pace from the gun. Hopefully nobody will come with me. But as it is, the race unfolds like this, you know, slightly slower pace than what she wanted with pacemakers. So what the Olympics and championships are all about racing. Time doesn't matter. All that matters is your finishing order. And to be a good racer, you have to develop racing skills. So that's the main the main argument for me.
Yeah, no, I understand that, absolutely. And I love the fact that in championships, it's a bit of a leveler, the fact that they have to race and you don't have pacemakers. I just think that to qualify, and when their time is critical, then the pacemakers help. By the way, the men have gone through 15k in 45.59. Just turning to my charts, that puts them on schedule for about 2:09.20, 2:09.30. They're way inside Olympic qualifying standard 2:11.30. It is getting quicker, if anything. That last 5k from the men has been fast. They went through 10k in 30.51, 15k in 45.59, so they've just run 15:08 for the third 5k. Remember, their opener was 15:24. Their second 5k was what, 15:37, I think it works out at, and then a 15:08. So they really have been tanking along this last 15-20 minutes. There it is. There's the splits. 15:25 is the official split at 5k. 30.51 and 45.59. Well, even if your maths is as bad as mine, you can see that they went 15:08 for that third 5k segment.
We've got a few vets in this men's race, Tim. Andy Davis, 41 years old. He's looking to break his own over 40s British record. Then Nick Torrey, he's 44 years old from Serpentine. And also Ian Leach, 45 years old, PB of 2:18.33. So at the sharp end, they're aiming for Olympic qualification, but many of these athletes, of course, looking to get Commonwealth Games standards as well. The qualification period also has started for next year's World Championships, which take place in Oregon in the USA. And the qualifying standards for that are the same as for Tokyo, 2:29.30 and 2:11.30. So if we have qualified athletes who don't get to Tokyo, they at least have they will have a World Championships qualifier in their pocket very early on in the qualification period.
I'm really encouraged by Darry here, Darry Griffiths. He looks bouncing along. He's got a lovely relaxed style, and he looks hungry to get up with these two, doesn't he? I mean, I know it's early days. There's quite a few minutes yet to halfway, and it's easy to look good in the first half of a marathon and then come to pieces. But Darry Griffiths here, we know he's got undoubted quality. When he ran that 2:09, 3.5 years ago now in Frankfurt, in his debut, he suffered from really bad cramp in the latter stages, and he'd have been a minute or so faster if it hadn't been for that, and I think that plays on his mind. He's also got reasonable track pedigree, Darry. I mean, not world class, but he's run 7:55 for 3,000 and 13:33 for 5,000. In fact, 28:16 for 10,000, down towards 28 minutes for 10,000. That's really useful too. So that's why he's a good mover. He ran a 10,000 on the track just recently. I think he ran 28:44. So his speed is solid after a winter of high mileage. and he looks really up for it here. And I think he wants to win here today, Darry. I suppose he'd settle for a place in the top 2 if he gets the qualifying time, but I would love to see him come back to a fully unleashed Darry Griffiths performance.
Yeah, he was looking terrific. Number 56 there on the left of your screens at the moment was Clara Evans. So that is the second women's group, I think. And this is back to the lead women's group, and looks like we've still got 6 women still in that lead group. They're approaching 15k, the women, and they need to go through 15k in 53:09 or faster. They went through 10k somewhat faster, so expecting them through 15k somewhat quicker. As soon as we have that split, we'll bring it to you.
Lily Partridge, I think, doing all the right things at the moment, just tucking in towards the back of this group and enjoying the ride. Coached by Alan Story these days, the very knowledgeable, wise old coach based down in Bristol, who over the last 30, 40 years has seen so many great athletes through to world-class performances. And in fact, Olympic medals, guys like Mickey McLeod took an Olympic silver in the 1984 10,000, and Hugh Jones, a London Marathon winner, I think in the second London Marathon, back in 1981, 82. Alan Story's so much experience, so he will advise Lily Partridge what to do here. There she is, second to right in the black strip at the moment, just tucking in.
I really feel Lily Partridge has got a much faster marathon in her. She just hasn't managed to do it yet, but based on her 10k times and her performances over many years, I think she can definitely go a fair bit quicker. So the drinks much more spread out than they normally are in a marathon race. That's because of COVID safety and social distancing, and it's a real advantage for the athletes, because normally they would be much closer together. The athletes all approach in a crowd trying to grab their drink. Often accidents happen, athletes can fall. So this is one positive to come from COVID.
Charlotte Arter there to the left of the picture, left of the group, getting her drink, the Cardiff athlete, making her debut here today. And the ladies have gone through 15k in 52:41. So they needed 53:09 to get that qualifying time. So they are again, about 30 seconds, almost 30 seconds ahead, which shows they're on schedule for something like 2:28:30 over the full distance. So fabulous races unfolding so far here in Kew Gardens. Good to see Charlotte Arter holding onto that drink and just sipping away as she wants. She's still running with it, having grabbed it a minute or so ago. Of course, these athletes in training practice grabbing drinks. They do specific runs where they do a long run, and when they're fatigued and under some pressure, they grab the bottles off a loved one or off some prepared spot on the route. And that's all part of it, Mara. I mean, presume you did that back in the day?
Absolutely. Used to practice catching bottles all the time. In one race in Japan, a lot of Japanese athletes put a wire hoop over their bottles to catch them with their arm, and I went to get my drink, carried on running, and found a bottle hanging from my arm. So mishaps, the drink stations is where accidents and mishaps happen, and today it's great because they're really spread out and much less likelihood of that happening. Just to bring a bit of comparison with some other countries in terms of depth, the USA Olympic trials were held in February in 2020. The winner in the men's race, 2:09:20, that was Galen Rupp. In the women's race, 2:27:23, that was Alafine Tuliamuk. And 6 men and 6 women went under the qualification standards. In Japan, which is perhaps a bit unfair as by way of comparison because they have incredible depth at their Olympic trials. Matsuda Mizuki finished in 4th place. She then ran 2:21:47 3 months later, which kicked Rei Ohara off her provisional 3rd place spot. Only the first 2 were guaranteed. But then Mao Ichiyama ran 2:20:29 in Nagoya in March and kicked Matsuda off that 3rd spot. So incredible depth in Japan. Of course, in other countries there's not nearly as much depth, but it would be great, Tim, today to see more than 3 men and women go under that qualification standard.
I think this is the second group in the men's race, 4, 8 and 11. Matt Clowes, the Cardiff athlete, wears 4. 8 is Frank Baddock, the Newman Essex Beagles man. That's the 3rd group, in fact. And 11, I think, was there as well, Robbie Simpson. bronze medalist in the Commonwealth Games back in 2018 with 2:19, the D-side runner. So that was the third group. Here's that lead group with the two pacemakers doing a great job. Chris Thompson has indeed disappeared off the back of this group. There, he's just made the turn, I think, at the stream right of picture, Chris Thompson. So he is about 70 or 80 metres down. It's going to be a very, very tough second half for Chris Thompson if he does keep going, with the prospect of an Olympic place not really being dangled there at the moment. There's the fourth group in the men's race with their own pacemaker. 17, that is in Leach, the oldest in the race, the Brighton Phoenix man, 45 years old. Quite a character. He cycled from South Argentina to North Alaska a few years back in Leach. One thing that really struck me in preparing the biographies for this race, and I got a questionnaire sent out to all the athletes and the runners and walkers, and most of them came back in, one or two didn't, is what astonishing characters so many of these individuals are. You know, it's a lonely, tough sport, race walking and marathon running, and it throws up a certain character type, but many of them have brilliant stories, and I hope we can tell a few more as this race unfolds, although we're not seeing the vast majority of the field because it's so quick up front here.
Yeah, in Darry Griffiths' questionnaire he said, yeah, I've been given time off from lambing. I bet no other athletes on the start line have to do lambing as they're preparing for marathon. Yeah, I agree, real characters. It's fascinating reading their bios and goals, and you know what they're aiming for, who they're inspired by. Kelly Holmes appeared quite a bit in that section.
There's the pagoda, and there in the background the City of London. What's the City of London? The centre of town from here is what, probably 5 or 6 miles away as the crow flies?
A little bit further possibly, but not that far.
Well, there's the women's splits, 52:41 for the ladies at 15k after a 17:39, a 35:12 and a 52:41. So as we said, they are about a minute inside the required pace, this group. That's probably the most awkward turn on the course just there they've negotiated. They've passed the famous Badgers set about now as they cross some mats. There's funnily enough, when we came here about 3 weeks ago and looked around the course, the Badgers set, of course, and if you've ever seen a real Badgers set, there it is to the right of picture. They spray out an awful lot of mud, and the mud spreads about halfway across this path. I think it might have been swept back out of the way a little bit for this one, although I'm sure the Badger will ensure normal service is resumed, and there's mud everywhere within a day or two.
There was a bit of controversy, Tim, earlier on in the planning of this about the width of these paths, and some athletes had concerns about that and also about the corners, but just watching the race unfold at the moment, I don't think that's really been a problem at all. And the start on the broad walk, that was much wider. And the corners, the organisers have softened the corners dramatically using cones to make them into long sweeping arcs rather than sharp corners. So overall, I think Tom Bedford and his team have actually done a really great job in difficult circumstances.
Oh, they really have, yeah. I mean, when this venue was decided, it was chosen ahead of Manchester and Dorney Lake and various horse and motor racing courses. The requirement was for a fast, flat, sheltered route that was dependable in these COVID times, and all those boxes were ticked with Tom Bedford putting this venue forward and this particular circuit. Today's date, as you mentioned, Mara, coincides with Sakura season, when the cherry blossom trees explode into bloom, and of course is the national flower of Japan. Have we got a national flower here in the UK? For the Welsh, it's a daffodil.
I'm sure we have. I'm sorry, I don't know, Tim.
I should know the rose, I suppose.
I should know that. Yeah, it's brilliant. The cherry trees here in Kew in looking absolutely spectacular. And we haven't seen much of the Japanese garden, although the athletes do pass it down at the southern end of the lap. We'll try and pick that up next time around. There is some incredible, fascinating history around cherry trees between the UK and Japan. And for anyone really into this sort of thing, I recommend Naoko Abe's book about Collingwood cherry Ingram. Fascinating. And Kew Gardens was involved a lot in that.
Now, Mara, I've got to ask you, I saw a tweet from you last night in Japanese. I know you speak Japanese. Do you write it as well, or did you put it into a translator?
No, I wrote it.
You write Japanese?
I write Japanese,
right.
yeah.
I'm not going to talk to you anymore.
So what that tweet was about was, it was a photo from Athletics Weekly of the 1980 men's Olympic marathon trial, and foreign athletes were invited, and in that race was a Mr. Yutaka Taketomi from Japan. He looked very young and fresh-faced, and I looked and I thought, I know him. And actually he's the head coach of one of the best Japanese women's teams, Tenmaya. So I looked and I thought, I know this person. And of course I met him about 10 years ago on training camps in Japan. Of course his face was sort of 30 odd years younger than the face I had seen in the flesh. So it was fantastic to see him in his younger racing days.
Well, 61, almost 62 minutes on the clock. The men are not far from halfway. The ladies are a few minutes more away from halfway. This is 12 laps they're negotiating here in Kew Gardens after one short lap. Back in 1980, the trial, where over 50 entrants were sub-220 guys and 195 athletes finished. It was a very different type of setup. They ran 3 laps around the twisting loops of cycle paths of Milton Keynes. And actually all 3 selected that day, in Thompson, Dave Black and Bernie Ford, failed to finish the marathon in Moscow. It was not one of the greatest days of marathon racing for British athletics history, but I'm sure each of the lads gave their all up to the point when they dropped out in the Russian capital.
So Tim, the leading men are approaching halfway.
They are, yes. So what's on the clock, Mara? 63 minutes now. You're right. Did you, Mara, when you got to halfway, was there any sort of psychological shift that you would make when you were racing? I mean, you're the second fastest British female ever with 2:23. Is there anything that sort of goes through your mind when you go through halfway? Do you adjust your mental set?
Oh, this is a great question, because it's tempting after halfway to think, oh, I'm halfway, I'm into the finishing straight, but you really aren't in a marathon. The section from 13 miles to about 21 miles is really the toughest, and especially after about 17 miles it gets really tough. So you have to resist the temptation of thinking, once you're past halfway, you know, right, I'm into the home straight, because you really aren't.
Darry Griffiths looking really comfortable, isn't he? Just chugging along. He's got very powerful legs for a short fella. Very different build to Ben Connor. And 64 minutes on the clock, almost. We know from the splits that have been coming through that they're scheduled to go well under 2:10, the way they're running at the moment. So 20k, 61.26. And the halfway point, there is a marker there, although not a mat, we understand. But Callum Hawkins looking very comfortable, so is Jake Smith. They've done a great job. I'll tell you what, we haven't talked much about Mohammed Ardan because he's tucked in behind this quartet. We've hardly seen him, but we will do. He's having a brilliant run here. And this camera, you're getting this shot from, this stationary camera, is at the halfway point. So look at that clock, top left of the screen. 64.45, we'll call it unofficially, at halfway. They're on exactly 2:09.30 tempo. 2 minutes inside Olympic qualifying standard. Is quicker than we expected. Tom Bedford, race director here of our commentary position, getting very, very excited. And rightly so, because the candle has been burnt at both ends of the day in recent weeks by Tom and his small organising team. And this is unfolding wonderfully.
Yeah, one of the interesting debutantes today, Mo Arden, hanging in there at the back of that group. It would be absolutely amazing if 3 of them could run around 2:09 pace and go under that qualification standard. That third spot, of course, in the men pre-selected Callum Hawkins, but in the women, it would be interesting to see if 3 went under the time, if the third person today was picked or one of the absentees. In those circumstances, there's a whole list of factors which UK athletics consider, including future potential, injury history, previous championship experience and so on. But only the first 2 automatically today will be picked.
Well, here's the second group with their own pacemakers, 6, 7 and 13. 6 is Josh Griffiths, the Swansea Harrier, who ran 3 really strong half marathons last year. 7, Tom Evans, and 13, Adam Hickey, going through, coached by Eamon Martin, the last Brit to win the London Marathon back in 1993. So he's had loads of good advice. Adam Hickey hoping to improve on his personal best of 2:16 back in 2019. But this trio of racers behind this pair of pacemakers going really well. Here's the third group, by the way, 4, 8 and 11. Matt Clowes, again another Welshman, going really well. Frank Baddock, the debutant from New and Essex Beagles, who's got a wonderful range. Frank Baddock's a 1:49.800 guy, and he's actually run a 3:43 indoors. That's equivalent to about a 4-minute mile. And 11, Robbie Simpson, the D-side runner, the bronze medalist from the last Commonwealth Games. Those are the little battles going on behind this leading group.
Tim, I timed the second group through halfway in around 66.10 and the third group in around 66.40. So those two groups also doing pretty impressive times. Not so far under the qualification standard, but several of them will be under the various Commonwealth Games standards.
Nick Torrey going through there in what, about 67.20, something like that. So not to be sniffed at. He's still moving at sub 2:15 tempo, Nick Torrey, and that would be a personal best for him. His personal best goes back to Frankfurt in 2013.
We've heard that Chris Thompson went through halfway in 65.03, so he was some 18 to 20 seconds or so adrift from the lead group at halfway.
Well, you must never write off somebody like Chris. World-class competitor for many, many years. He's been wearing British vests for 23 years. He's also coached by Alan Story. Of course, many will remember that fabulous silver medal in the 10,000 metres in Barcelona 2010 behind Mo Farah, who was for many, many years one of his teammates. He's had a storied career, Chris Thompson, with more than his fair share of injuries. But at the moment must be going through a tough period mid-race to try and hang on to what is a very solid tempo, 65.03 at halfway. Aren't they doing a great job, this pair? I like the idea of a couple of pacemakers on these narrow paths. Do you know, there was a criticism of the London Marathon many years ago and the Berlin Marathon too, for having pacemakers, packs of pacemakers that were too big. There'd be 4 or 5 of them spread across the road. You couldn't see the runners for the first hour and a half behind the pacemakers. Well, that's not the case today. We're getting plenty of good views of Darry Griffiths and of Ben Connor behind.
And that was the Japanese garden I mentioned earlier that we just caught a glimpse of. We've been told, Tim, that Jake Smith is going to run to 25k and Callum Hawkins to just under 30k. And we hope to grab an interview with Callum when he stops. So back to the women's race, and the women are approaching 20k in just a moment. We'll bring you their split as soon as we have it.
Yeah, 15k and 52.41. That was a 17.29 split for them. That third 5k. Their opener was 17.39. 17.39 up to 15k. So the benefit of pacemakers, of course, for those of you wondering why they need pacemakers, is they can lay down a nice steady rhythm. They take the psychological burden of pushing the pace along away from the racers, but they can also, because they've got nothing else to concentrate on, make sure it's a steady rhythm that the athletes are moving at and that the splits are more or less equal. And that is so helpful to set up the athletes to get to, say, 2/3 or 3/4 distance in the best possible order. There's that sharp right-hand turn at the southerly end of the loop, the bottom right-hand corner of the course in effect.
And there they are going over the timing mats. So we had 70 minutes and 19 seconds through 20k for the women. And they needed to go through in 70.51 to get the qualifying standard. So they are still some 30 seconds inside the qualifying standard.
So I got that 5k at 17.38 up to 20k, 17.29 and 17.38 the last couple of 5k splits. They've slowed a little bit, just almost 10 seconds in that fourth 5k segment. There it is, 70.20 confirmed at 20k, but as you rightly point out, Mara, they're still well on schedule to finish inside the Olympic qualifying standard, and there'll be a few nails getting increasingly chewed from some viewers of this one.
Still 6 women in that lead group: Steph Davis, Sarah Ingalls, Natasha Cockram, Charlotte Arter, Lily Partridge and Becky Briggs. The pacemakers keep glancing around. I just wonder if the pace has dropped slightly, and the pacers are wondering if they should stick with their instructions even if the athletes aren't following them, or drop the pace ever so slightly to just stay right ahead of the women.
Well, at no point if they built up a gap between themselves and the ladies behind. The ladies seem very happy just to have that sort of 2 or 3 metre gap. Steph Davis is to in the black, tucked in right behind the pacemakers. The Clapham Chasers 30-year-old, and in fact 5 ladies there tucked in behind.
And the lead that the lead group in the women's race have on the second group is about 1 minute and 8 seconds, and in the second group we have Clara Evans of Wales and Rebecca Gentry. Rebecca's an interesting entry. She's a professional peloton instructor based in the USA, PB of 2:37.01 from New York in 2019, taken massive chunks off her PB with every outing.
Well, the ladies at halfway, should be passing halfway very soon, with the 2 pacemakers tasked to go to around 30k. Kevin Quinn and Josh Grace so far doing a great job. One fear, I suppose, is that once they do drop out, and if you've still got a pack of 4, maybe 5 ladies, they will start watching each other, and a cat and mouse game will develop, and the pace might slow, ironically, in that final section, with Tokyo times, qualifying times, almost within reach. Let's hope that doesn't happen. Of course, plenty of times in years gone by, very fast times in women's marathons and mixed women's marathons have been achieved with a pacemaker all the way to the finish line. That, in fact, is how Paula Radcliffe set her world record back in 2003 of 2 hours 15:25. She had a couple of pacemakers leading all the way down towards Buckingham Palace and into the finishing straight. Paula is on record, I have to say, as having told me that she doesn't feel they really helped her that much. She feels she was well in control and capable of that sort of time on her own, but we will never know, of course. It still goes down in the record books as a mixed record, and in fact the women's only world record is held by Mary Kaitani, isn't it? I think 2:17.02.
Yep.
Here they come towards the halfway point, this leading pack of ladies now. As they pass this camera, we'll see them go through, and they are quick. 74.05, 74.06 unofficially. On a click outside 2:28 tempo, Mara, looking really good.
Fantastic, yeah. And Becky Briggs there, some 10 seconds or so adrift of the lead group.
Yeah, that's tough for Briggs because she's all on her own now and into uncharted territory. She's making a debut. 72.54 is her lifetime best for the half marathon, and she's gone through what there in about 74.20, something like that unofficially,
yeah. So we've been told in the women's race that Josh Grace and Kevin Quinn, the pacemakers, will be going to 30k. So thereafter, that's where the racing really starts.
Here's the second group in the women's race. 56 there is Clara Evans, the Cardiff athlete, who was third in that 10,000 metre race in Newport at the beginning of March. And also there, I think, is 65. That's Rebecca Gentry, who's got a birthday tomorrow. Let's hope she has a good run here. Her personal best is 2:37. She goes through halfway in 75.19 unofficially. So she is on for a massive personal best if she can hold this together. She's going to finish in the low 2:30s. She could be on schedule for a personal best by some 5 minutes or so. And this is the third group in the ladies' race, I believe. 60, Rosie Edwards, the Rotherham Athletics Club athlete. She has a best of 2:40, and she's gone through in, wow, 75.47, something like that. I mean, some of these athletes are moving at a tempo that they can only ever have dreamed of doing in years gone by.
And she was with Naomi Mitchell, who was the second place Brit at last October's London Marathon. So that was the third group in the women's race.
Well, Rosie Edwards really taking the opportunity. She's flown over from the States for this race. Lives in Scottsdale, Arizona normally. She's been down in Devon the last couple of weeks, but flew over here. She's coached by Robert Hawkins. And she was living in Boulder, Colorado, and trained with the group until she had to move to Arizona, where she trains mostly on her own. And here is that leading group of ladies. Becky Briggs, as Mara rightly pointed out, struggling a little bit through this middle section of the race. You really have to dig deep now to maintain the tempo, because being on your own, instead of in a little almost cycling style stretched out group like this, Mara, must be so much harder.
Yeah, when you're on your own, it's really tough, especially in this sort of stage of the race. But you've just got to hang in there and, you know, limit the damage. I think Becky, you know, as long as she doesn't hit the wall, she can still get a really good time out of this. So let's hope, you know, she can hang in there. You've got to be ready to run large sections of the race on your own. This is what happens in marathons. You can't just complain. You've got to be ready to do that. So the men through 25k in 1:16:43, and to the qualifying time would have been 67:54. So they are well over a minute, 70 odd seconds inside the qualifying standard.
Yeah, they're maintaining it well, and a lot of that is down to these two great pacemakers, taking the burden off the shoulders of the three men behind them. Darry Griffiths, Ben Connor and Mohamed Adan. Mohamed here outperforming what could possibly have been expected. It's his debut. I know he's a really solid runner, and in fact in 2018 he ran a 62:31 half marathon, but his 10-mile best, well, it's only 48:25, and that doesn't really compare with the way he's moving at the moment, which is a speed of around 2:10. He looks good, doesn't he, there, to the right of the little group.
Yeah, so we've just seen the lead group pass our little comms gazebo, and they were just about to overtake Becky Briggs, who has just come adrift from the lead group in the women's race. So the men have already started to overtake the women for the first time. There's Becky Briggs, number 57. Tim, when I was running the London Marathon, the day before we always had a technical meeting, and race director Dave Bedford would always go through the logistics and practicalities of race day. And I think at yesterday's technical meeting with the athletes, he would have talked about overtaking. So, you know, overtaking, undertaking, what they have to do to minimize any risk of collisions or accidents.
No, absolutely. I gave quite a few of those myself, those technical briefings at the London Marathon for many years, and they are incredibly thorough. They take a long time. You go through an awful lot of detail. An event like the scale of the London Marathon, there is so much to be covered. Probably slightly different technical briefing from Dave here yesterday if it was done in full Dave Bedford hot-blooded mode, but I'm sure he got the important information across, as you say, about passing and so on. Callum and Jake here, they're still bouncing along, looking comfortable. It's just a good, long, hard Sunday run for them, in effect, albeit on a Friday. Sun coming out now, that's nice to see. I wonder if the temperature will rise a couple of degrees. It would be welcome. The wind, well, the inflatable Finnish gantry just in front of us is blowing around a little bit. There is some breeze, but the foliage and the walls around Kew Gardens give them a degree of protection, so you will find nowhere in the south of England that is more sheltered than this glorious area of trees and other foliage in southwest London, I'm sure, on this morning. 1 hour 20 on the clock. They've got, what, about 50 minutes of running to come, the critical 50 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely, Tim. And we were told that Jake Smith would be leaving the course at 25k, but they've gone past and he's still going. We have seen one of the other pacemakers, Nick Gulab, leader of the second group. He has just left the race. So the pacemakers starting to drop away, and the racing will get underway very soon.
Well, So they are passing more and more of the ladies, this lead group, as Jake Smith continues on. I wonder what his coach would think of him disobeying orders and not dropping out when he was supposed to. Ben Connor, by the way, just looks the epitome of cool, doesn't he? Moving along very, very smoothly. He's got such good track pedigree. He was 11th in the European Championships 5,000 back in 2018. He actually ran in the 5,000 in Doha in 2019, went out in the heats. And then on the roads, he's got championship experience as well. 63rd in the World Half Marathon Championship back in 2018 and just inside 64 minutes. He's fast and he's strong. He's got the full armoury, if you like, for coping with racing at this level. And he had a wonderful 2019, setting track personal best at almost every distance, and then a pretty good 2020 as well, with a personal best on the roads at 10k in Valencia and a half personal best in Northern Ireland in Larne of 60.55, and that marathon personal best last October of 2:11.22. So he comes here, Ben Connor, full of confidence. And he absolutely looks it as the ladies here move aside. Now, that's interesting, isn't it? That must have been part of the Dave Bedford lecture. Single file, please, ladies, as the men are coming through, and they've done it brilliantly. The Pacemakers as well. That leading ladies group being passed at 1 hour 22 into the race. So almost exactly 2 miles ahead, the men of the ladies here. 3,333 metres, the full lap. And I suspect the organisers here absolutely delighted with the way this is unfolding. Both races heading for times inside the Olympic qualifying standard at the moment. And this is reward for so much hard work.
Yeah, there was debate before the race, Tim, about whether this would be a fast course, but so far looking fantastic for both men's and women's. Sharp ends of the fields going under the qualifying standards. Darry Griffiths looking very relaxed.
Isn't he? Yes. 25k, 1:16.44. I got that last 5k split at 15:17. So 15:18 in fact, I think it is. So really fast. Their opening 5k was 15:25, and that was 2:10 pace. So they have upped their game, if anything, a little bit, just past halfway over this last lap or so. Darry Griffiths, Ben Connor, looking superb, and beside us here in the commentary position, watching the pictures in this race unfold, is race director Tom Bedford. And Tom, I know you must be so pleased. I bet your chest is pumped out a mile with pride in the way this is coming out for you.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not really there just yet. I'm still with I am hot. I am a bit nervous at the moment because it's not over until it's over. I'm just really hoping that these guys can continue and hold it up. I just heard your last 5k split, and I hope they're not getting too excited and they can just save something for that last bit. But the women's race looks cracking from the little I'm seeing. But yeah, no, it's I'm very happy with it so far.
Well, he should be very happy with it so far. I think probably the garland could already be put round Tom Bedford's neck, because from now on it's down to the athletes. The challenge is there for them. They've all been aiming at it for many months, battling away through what has been a bad winter up in Scotland. Some athletes have had to avoid training outside, training on treadmills, simply because in one case I was reading yesterday, snow was waist deep. And of course, in parts of Wales too, they get their fair share of snow. Wales is nearly all mountains, if you haven't been there. North to south, east to west, mountains. Glorious, glorious countryside wherever you go, but not too much flat running like this. In fact, one or two athletes, Mara, said they've done so much hill running in recent months, so much running over the hills and mountains, that they're really pleased to get here. And look, we're looking forward to coming and running on the flat.
Yeah, we had comments of you know, having to run through the snow. They've had a really difficult time. You know, some have been stuck in places where they wouldn't normally have wanted to be. You you know, how athletes have coped with COVID and the implications for training and training alone and being away from a gym and a physio and your coach and so on. You know, that will have a massive impact on how the races unfold.
Well, Ben Connor looks about as relaxed as you can get when you're moving at 5-minute miling. I mean, it looks like a stroll in the park for him, frankly. Tall figure there with those red arm sleeves. Jake Smith does look like he's prepared to go to 30k. I wonder if he'll go any further than that. And Callum also looking very in control too. It's easy to forget that Callum's half marathon personal best is 60 minutes exactly. I think that was in Japan, wasn't it, a couple of years ago. But clearly he's a growing force and he's capable of going quicker than that, for my money.
Yeah, Ben Connor and Darry Griffiths looking very relaxed at the moment, and still tucked in there behind them is Mo Ardan, debutant.
Yeah, Mo ran in the World Half Marathon Championships in Gdynia back in middle of October. Finished in 50th place there. But he's outperforming that performance here today. He was 6th in the London Marathon's Big Half back in March last year in 63.21. And the ladies have gone through 25k in 1:27.38. That puts them almost exactly a minute inside, just, 57 seconds inside the qualifying time if they were running at steady tempo for 2:29.30. So they're on 2:28.30. There's Chris Thompson, who's gone through a bad patch, struggling to stick on that tempo. He went through halfway, Chris Thompson, 65.03. Remember the main group going through in 64.45. So he's, what, 18 seconds down. And looking now at the breakaway here in the ladies' race. And the Pacemakers, well, taking her along. And of course, you don't want Pacemakers to help one athlete in preference to another. If they're just sticking to the required tempo, though.
Yeah, and that's Stephanie Davis. So interesting development in the women's race. The last time they passed us in front of our comms booth, I wondered if Charlotte Arter was struggling to stay on the back of that group. But Stephanie Davis, looks like the Pacemakers are asking her what she wants to do. The Pacemakers, of course, have instructions from the race in conjunction with the athletes. The race director will discuss with the athletes what pace they want. I wonder if Stephanie Davis was feeling it was just a bit too leisurely and she wants to press on.
Well, I don't think the Pacemakers can accelerate at a tempo that one athlete wants. I suspect that they're maintaining their pace and that Steph has been able to go with them. You know, I've strong feelings about Pacemakers in races that they shouldn't go to the finish. I think in situations like this, Pacemakers, if they're tasked with dropping out at 30k, should do exactly that and let the racing then carry on, because otherwise they're helping one athlete above others, while they're still doing the job that they were tasked with doing, as they are at the moment, well before 30k. Fair enough, stay in there, and if she can go with them, the others can't, that's good for her. Well, Jake has just dropped out after doing a wonderful job in the Jake has done a wonderful job in the pacemaking for that men's race. We'd love to have a chat with him. I think, Jake, if you can come over here, Jake Smith, who, of course, burst onto the awareness of the distance running scene in the UK back in October at the World Half Marathon Championships when he ran a massive personal best. That would be great. I'm going to have a quick chat with Jake in a minute. Mar, I'll leave you to control the reins for the moment as we see Steph Davis build up what looks to be a useful lead over the other athletes.
Absolutely, yeah. We've just seen Charlotte Arter go past. She's been cut adrift from the other women's group. So Steph Davis now out on her own ahead. It's a bit difficult to see the gap she's got, but I would say it's at least 10 seconds, possibly more. We'll bring you official splits as soon as we get them.
Well done, lads. Come on, work with each other. That's it. Great job.
So Josh Grace and Kevin Quinn leading the pacemaking duties in this women's race. And Steph Davis, we heard from her recent training, that she could be in something like 226, 227 shape. Clapham Chasers, she's looking very comfortable at the moment, representing Scotland, so she will be looking for a spot on the Scottish Commonwealth Games team next year in Birmingham. But so far at the moment looking very good for qualifying for the Tokyo Olympics for Steph Davis. She does a lot of cross training, a lot of swimming, cycling. One day has aspirations to do a half Ironman. She loves training in Mallorca. She loves doing Sunday long run and Zwift sessions on her bike. So a bit of an all-rounder there. She loves the atmosphere of race day and started open water swimming during the pandemic. She also works part-time for an asset management company who are very supportive of her training. So things looking excellent at the moment for Steph Davis, and her coach Phil Kissy will, I'm sure, be thrilled to be seeing her going so well. But as soon as these pacemakers drop out, which they're due to do at 30k, Steph will thereafter be on her own, and then the racing really gets underway. It's stopped raining here at Kew Gardens. There's a little bit of a breeze, but so far pretty good conditions for racing. And we can bring you the latest split for the men. The men have gone through 30k in 1:32.26, and they needed 1:33.29 to be bang on qualification standard. So they are still about a minute, just over a minute ahead of qualification, the qualification standard. So I think the pace has slowed a tiny bit, but they're still comfortably inside that 2:11.30. So Callum Hawkins now takes on solitary pacemaking duties. Darry Griffiths and Ben Connor still looking very comfortable. Ben Connor is the partner of Lily Partridge, who's going in the women's race, so I'm sure they're both hoping to make it to Tokyo this summer. But these two looking very comfortable so far.
Well, I'm hearing the commentary. I'm hearing the commentary marquee beside the finish line, and Jake Smith, who's helped the men's elite field get through to about 29 kilometres, well inside Olympic qualifying standard, has dropped out. And I've got Jake with me here. Jake, great job.
Thank you.
Well done. You must be really pleased with the way that's gone. But listen, first of all, I want to ask you, what's your impression of the course, of the loop they're on?
Oh, I think it's really good at the other side. There's quite a nice tailwind. It's when you come round the start line, there's a bit of like a breeze into your face, but apart from that, the straights are really long and you can like really get into your rhythm. And the corners, like at first when I saw it on YouTube, I thought the corners were quite tight, but we all worked quite well together, and we were going around the corners quite well, so it worked. I think it's a really good course. Now,
you were supposed to drop out at 25k, I think. The temptation was obviously there to keep going and keep going. You went to what, 28, 29?
Yeah, it was like 28, 29. I was feeling really comfortable, and actually Callum said to me on that start straight, he was like, just go, keep going. I was like, no, I'll let them get to 26 miles, because the furthest I've ever run is 20 miles, so it was like, I don't want to screw up my legs or anything.
But you've just done almost 3/4 of a 2:10 marathon. I mean, that must be really, really encouraging for you.
Yeah, it's really encouraging, and I'm like really happy because I almost use it as a long tempo, but I just want to get to like my training group back home, because I'm coached by James Lee, and I literally said to him, I just want to do 1500s this summer, so to do 18 plus miles today, I'll be like, that'll be the longest for a long time, I reckon.
Yeah, you're young, Jake. You know, you came to the fore really when everybody noticed you internationally, I suppose, at the World Half in Gdynia back in October. You ran, what was it, low 61s, I think?
60-31.
60-31, excuse me, quicker, even quicker. But you still got aspirations at the middle distances.
Yeah, so right now, I just like, I've said to James and the guys at home, I just want to get quick over the shorter distances, so then, because I know I'm going to step up to the marathon, so the pace feels easy. So like, because I've like trained at this pace, the pace we were doing today, so I felt quite comfortable. Whereas if I get quicker, and like when I race the World Half, like racing the Africans, they just can just go like that, and they just open up their stride, and I just don't have that at the minute. So if I can work on the shorter speed, get down my 1500 time, my 5k time, hopefully in the marathon I can like challenge like you see Callum coming fourth, the world champs. Like that's what I want to be able to do in the future. So it's looking good.
Hopefully do better than fourth and get a medal. But listen, Jake, thanks ever so much. A fabulous job. You're going to get quicker at all these distances, I'm sure, but a really good job done today. So well
thank you so much. Cheers.
Brilliant to hear there from pacemaker Jake Smith. Great job done today. Well done, Jake. We've got an update on the second group in the men through 30k. Chris Thompson was some 35 seconds down on the leaders. And then the second sort of proper group, which included Tom Evans, Josh Griffiths and Adam Hickey, they were 2.5 minutes down on the leaders at 30k.
So Chris Thompson is actually holding it together pretty well, isn't he? You know, 35 seconds down, considering he's running on his own with over an hour and a half on the clock. You know, he's held on, and that gap has grown very, very gradually. So Chris has actually rallied, I suspect, over the last 20 minutes or so, and is keeping them, if not within range, just keeping his own tempo really, really well.
Yeah, if he can keep this going, you know, the lead men are on for 2:10:30 odd. You know, Chris could be doing a really good time. I mean, possibly even qualifying standard, but as long as he doesn't pay for that fast early pace. And further down the field, Matt Clowes, 2 minutes 46 off the leaders at 30k. Frank Baddick 2:56, Robbie Simpson 2:57. So a bit spread out further down the field.
Well, the racing will start in earnest soon because Callum has gone beyond 30k and was supposed to go to 28.5k or 29k. Was going to drop out and come and have a chat with us. And we got Jake Smith. We got a bonus there in effect, so having not met Jake before, but what a great job he's done and what a great job Callum continues to do. Darry Griffiths, as ever, the foremost of the full racers, sticking close to Callum. And Ben Connor, well, we've known all along that all Ben Connor needed to do today was finish in the first two. And I say all in inverted commas, that's still a tough challenge for anybody. But he looks very, very in control, and he's doing just enough. He's almost shadowing Dowie there. And Mohammed Ardan doing a great job back in third place just to stick with these guys. And he effectively has been at the back of the group the whole time, Mara, up till now, and until Jake dropped out. It was like he'd got 4 pacemakers in front of him because he was just using the others to be dragged along.
Yeah, he's had a really good race, just not wasted any energy, saving himself for the final stages. There's going to be a bit of a selection dilemma going on if this continues, because if these 3 go under the qualifying standard, of course, only 2 automatically get picked, and Callum is pre-selected, so one of these 3 will not be going, and nor will Johnny Mellor, although, of course, the selectors may decide to pick Johnny Mellor, and just the win... Sorry, no, that won't happen. First and 2 across the line today automatically get picked if they have the standard. And I think we've just seen Callum Hawkins. Callum Hawkins has left his pacemaking duties, so the proper racing gets underway in the men's race.
And this is the fascinating section, isn't it? Callum just strolling across in front of us, looking like he's just been for a walk around his back garden inspecting his daffodils. But these 3 fellas, well, they are now very much into racing mode. 1 hour, 40 minutes on the clock, effectively. And Darry Griffiths, Ben Connor and Mohammed Ardan. It's down to these 3. The way things are unfolding, and they're on the schedule to come home in around 2:10 and a half, 2:10 and a half. The way it's unfolding at the moment, these 3 could all go well inside the Olympic qualifying standard. And the third placer might well end up being the unlucky man, with Callum Hawkins having already been pre-selected. So this is going to be a battle royal, potentially. What do you do? What would you do now if you were in Dowie's shoes? And you know you've got Ben Connor there, who's got great track pedigree. I mean, having said that, Dowie himself is no slouch. You know, it's easy to forget that he was 5th in the European Championships 10,000 in Amsterdam back in 2016, but he hasn't got the legs, hasn't got the speed of somebody like Ben. So
I would be trying to win it soon. With somebody like Ben Connor on your shoulder, you don't want it to come down to the last 1 or 2 Ks. And I think Dowie is tough. He works full-time on a farm. He's tough as nails. So I think he needs to grind out a long attempt to win this. and try and shrug off these other two.
I was hoping you'd say that. I
might be proved wrong, but I have this sense that Dowie is just really, really tough.
But he's also an out-and-out marathon racer, isn't he? When he ran that 2:09:49 debut back in 2017, you know, the cramp kicked in. So he's effectively an athlete who got himself to 2:08 shape that day, maybe quicker. And that makes him 3 minutes faster than Ben Connor's personal best. Now, OK, that was years ago, so I'm extrapolating a lot from that. But the fact is that Darry Griffiths has got the strength and the power and the endurance to maybe break Ben Connor over this next this final section of the race.
And also Mo Ardan is a bit of an unknown quantity over the marathon. You know, he doesn't want to see Mo sprinting past those two. So if I were Dowie, I'd be trying to go for the long win, I think. So Steph Davis in the women's race still out in front with the Pacemakers. She's looking pretty comfortable at the moment.
She is looking comfortable, isn't she?
Oh my, she's got a massive gap back to the other women. Judging by those shots there, they're approaching 30k in the women's race. So as soon as we have the split, we'll bring it to you. But the rest of the women are out of sight.
Well, she said Kelly Holmes was a big inspiration. She ran at school and then went to Edinburgh University, but didn't really do much running, just kept fit, and then was inspired by Kelly Holmes. She moved to London, was doing no running, and then her boyfriend James Kessel entered Berlin. So on a whim, she joined him. He's a good triathlete, and he joins her in some sessions, but she still does a lot of swimming and cycling, so she's got great all-round fitness. And she says, in fact, one day she'd like to do a half Ironman if she can. So she's a tough character as well, like Dowie.
Absolutely. I'm starting to wonder if the top 10 UK all-time list could be due for a revision. Currently 10th on that list is Claire Hallisey, 2:27.44. So if Steph is speeding up a little bit, I think she could get very close to that. The absentee athletes, Charlotte Purdue, 2:25.38. Jess Piasecki was 2:25.28. And Steph Twell was 2:26, I think it was 40. So Steph currently not quite at that speed, but she's certainly well inside the qualifying standard at the moment.
It's a selector's nightmare, though, isn't it, Mara? The first two here, if they get the standard, are guaranteed selection, and that's rightly so. But then you've got to choose between Charlotte Purdue and Jeff Piasecki. Steph Twell, I think, has said she wants to go for the 10,000 this summer, not the marathon. So she's kind of out of the reckoning. But it's a really tough one because Charlie had such a fantastic run, Charlie Purdue, in London 2019 when she ran that 2:25 to be the fourth fastest ever. And yet the third placer here might run well under 2:30. And well inside the qualifying stage.
If I were the selector, I would be prioritising athletes who show up at the trial, I have to say. This is the trial. You want to go to the Olympics, you need to turn up at the trial. And for athletes who are injured, it's really unfortunate. But for the Olympics, if you're injured, you don't go. Managing injuries is part and parcel of being a marathon runner. So I'm not one of the selectors, so it's up to British Athletics.
Sounds like that's good news for Charlotte Purdue. I mean, she's got undoubted class, but she's failed to finish 3 of her last 4 marathons, Charlie. You know, she dropped out of the European Championships in 2018, set her personal best at the London Marathon, and then she didn't finish in Doha at the World Championships, didn't finish in Nagoya last year. She and her coach, Nick Bideau, are under real pressure today, I think. Now, what's going on here? Chris Thompson has rallied and has come back to Mo Ardan and Ben Connor and Darry Griffiths. Where is Darry Griffiths? He's dropped back.
I think he's dropped back.
He is. He's about 40 metres back. Wow, it's all been happening. Now, that is a real shock and a huge disappointment for the Swansea Harrier and his followers. But Chris Thompson, where has the Aldershot Farnham district man come from? This is incredible. I thought he was dead and buried as a place in the top 3.
I thought he was dead and buried and had a shocker and was being lapped, but he's actually rallied.
Well, hasn't he
just?
This is
very, very odd.
And Chris...
And Darry Griffiths.
Well, Darry looks so strong. I just wonder if an injury has returned or what.
So, all change in the men's race. As soon as we have another official split, we will bring it to you. But through 33.33k, which is one of the intermediate splits on the timing mats. Chris Thompson had rejoined the front of the group. Darry Griffiths was still there at that moment, so as soon as they go past another timing mat, we will bring you the exact order.
Well, this is a massive surprise. I just wonder whether or not Chris Thompson felt it was going a little bit too quick in that mid-race section, and he's back on the throttle and has judged things right, because the surge he's put in over the last 10 or 15 minutes to claw back this lead group, and indeed as he joins them, ironically, so Darry Griffiths drops back. The surge he's put in, well, it may not have been a surge, it may have been a slight maintaining of pace while the others slowed, because to 30k in 1:32.26 the lead group ran 15:43, so they had slowed by about 20 seconds, and that's where Chris, I think, has closed up on them.
Yeah, amazing. And meanwhile in the women's race, Steph Davis has gone through 30k in 1:45.01, which is 1:06.17 she would have needed, so she's 80 odd seconds, 75 odd seconds ahead of qualification time, and she's made 52 seconds on the other women. So Natasha Cockram coming in second, 52 seconds down. So Callum Hawkins, fresh from pacemaking duties, is going to be joining us in just a moment. So bringing you up to date in the women's race. In third place was Sarah Ingalls, running with Natasha Cockram, also Lily Partridge. So those three are in the second group, some 52 seconds behind Steph Davis. And then after that, Clara Evans, 1:54 down on the leader, Steph Davis. So Steph Davis currently nearly a minute ahead at 30k. And down to just Josh Grace with the pacemaking. So all change in the women's race. And as soon as we can, we'll bring you, so the leading men through 35k, we have Chris Thompson, Mo Arden and Ben Connor through in 1:48.32, and they are still well inside qualification standard. They would have needed 1:09.04, so they are getting on for 40 seconds inside the qualifying standard. And then Darry Griffiths is 19 seconds adrift at 35k.
Callum Hawkins, you've done a great job there with Jake Smith. You've dropped out after running more than 30k at about 2:10 tempo just a few minutes ago. You look as cool as a cucumber. You personally must be both pleased with the job you've done this morning, but also with your own shape.
Yeah, I'm really surprised at the kind of shape I'm in. The last 6 months I've had a bit of an ankle niggle, which has kept me running down pretty low. I've only managed 95 miles, and that was only last week, so I'm actually quite surprised at how fit I am and how good the legs are over that kind of distance.
And what are your thoughts from here on in, Callum? I mean, obviously what you've done today has impressed the UK selectors that you're in great shape, so your pre-selection for Tokyo is sort of now carved in stone, so to speak. But where do you go from here over the next few weeks?
I just keep building on. I already started, I think, my build-up about 3 weeks ago, doing the kind of long, moderate run, so things are looking good. I just keep building on what I've built on, what I've set up.
Now, I chatted with you and your dad last night, and you both said that, you've had one of the best blocks of training in recent months, despite the injury to your heel that you've had in many, many years. So are you thinking now maybe that the lower mileage, just keeping back from a little bit back from what you could be doing, is a better way, a safer way to go?
I'm not sure. I'd probably have to do a full distance marathon to say that, because the last 6 miles is where it really bites if you've not got the volume. But it's something we were sort of looking at to see, because I've done a lot on the static bike, and that seems to have worked well for keeping a sort of half marathon shape. So it's something I'll probably look into maybe putting in just to keep the legs and sort of extend my career.
I mean, 4th in the last 2 World Championships, 4th in London 2017, 4th in Doha in the marathons. Incredibly frustrating. Not many people have to put up with that level of frustration. But what you've done here today to run 30k and more, looking so comfortable, you must be really encouraged that you can maybe go one better in the Olympics in Tokyo, which is such a different racing situation to big paced races.
Yeah, I mean, that's what the goal of the season was, is to get a medal, but it will be tougher than even finishing 4th at World Champs. There will be a lot of a deeper field, and a lot of the bigger guns will show up, so it'll be a lot tougher. I mean, it'll be tough to make the top 10, but I'm going to go for the top 3 and see what happens.
Well, Callum, look, stay uninjured, keep the progress growing. You've got a massive following here in the UK. Thanks a lot for the job you've done here today, and good luck for the next few months through to Tokyo.
No problem, thanks very much.
So great to hear from Callum Hawkins there, and just to bring you up to date with what's happening in the races. So you can see on your screens there Chris Thompson, Mo Arden and Ben Connor leading in the men's race. Meanwhile, in the women's race, Stephanie Davis has increased her lead to over a minute over Natasha Cockram and Sarah Ingalls of Scotland, with Lily Partridge in 4th. As soon as we have another 5k split, we'll bring them to you. But Stephanie Davis increasing her lead, and she also has the help of a private pacemaker, so things looking really good at the moment for Steph Davis in the women's race.
And of course, one of the great things, Mara, is that when you get out in front like this, and this applies whether it's a 1,500, a 5,000, 10,000, a half marathon, you get out in front like this, when you know that you're going well, you've built up a big gap in your competitors, you know they're suffering back behind you, the adrenaline flows a little bit more, and that gives you that extra spur. It really, psychologically as well as physically, that adrenaline, the knowledge that you're having a great day, helps enormously.
Yeah, absolutely. If she knows what kind of gap she's got, and she just passed our comms booth looking really strong, and she's increased her lead yet again with 3 laps to go. She's now got 73 seconds on second place Natasha Cockram.
I'm loving this run from Chris Thompson. You look at Chris's career, and he's been one of those stalwarts. He's been out there in British colours in one championship after another, performing wonderfully. He's taken a few medals here and there, but he's also had to contend with a massive injuries. He's just about to become a father, I think. I don't think he's a father yet, but Chris is, it's got a busy life behind the scenes. And this is Chris Thompson, fully unleashed, uninjured, in great shape. And this is the Chris Thompson that actually, I think many of us has felt has been in waiting for quite a few years now. Ironically, it's coming when he's almost 40. I mean, 39, Chris, and yet looking fantastic.
Yeah, this is absolutely incredible from Chris. I mean, when he dropped off that lead group, I thought that was it for him, to be honest. And I've also thought his best surface really was the track. I thought he wasn't really a marathon runner, but he's absolutely going for it here. The latest split we have has Darry Griffiths some 45 seconds adrift now from these top 3. So Darry Griffiths struggling for some reason, but Chris Thompson just going away. There's still 6k to go in this race, about 5k to go now. So Chris Thompson putting a real surge in now. I hope he can keep this going, because he's really going to suffer if he's overcooked it, but he's looking fantastic. Looks really relaxed. He's got a big gap back to Mo and Ben Connor.
Well, the reason that Chris was able to catch up that leading trio and now is going away from them is because the pace has slowed so much through to from 25k to 30k. I got the 10k split at 31.49. They slowed pretty dramatically. In fact, the last 5k up to 35k outside 16 minutes, 16:06. When you think that earlier on they were going 15.25 for the first 5k and hitting splits of that sort of order, you know, they've slowed over half a minute per 5k, and that's a lot in the grand scheme of things, and that's why Chris has been able to come back at them. He's the one that's been running more steady splits, and they've come back to him rather than him accelerating up to them.
Yeah, I don't know what happened with the pace being so up and down there, but that really gave Chris the chance to get back in contention with that lead group. So meanwhile, Stephanie Davis still leading the women's race, and she's passed through 33.33k. We've got all sorts of intermediate splits on this 12-lap course. As soon as we have a split for Natasha Cockram at this stage, we'll give you an indication of the lead that Steph has, but looking very comfortable now for Steph at this stage with less than 10k to go now.
Well, 1:45.01, and she glances across there and she'll have seen exactly what she wanted to see, and that is an empty path, nobody else in sight. She's got the road to herself in effect, and at 30k, that 1:45.01, with a pacemaker assisting her through, it's looking very, very good indeed for Steph Davis.
I don't think this is 100% of Steph Davis we're seeing here today, Tim. We knew she wanted to go faster than the pacemaking that was initially on offer, and I would love to see her go, you know, as fast as possible from gun to tape in a really fast city race eventually. See what she can, how many other Brits she can push down the UK all-time list. But for today, it's all about the Tokyo Olympics and booking her ticket to that marathon in Sapporo, which will take place in early August.
We're almost 2 hours on the clock. She's got a great sense of humour too. In her questionnaire that came back, I said, what are her ambitions? She said, well, Great Britain and Scotland vests, do more world marathon majors, and she said, be able to do a pull-up. She's typical distance runner. We all struggle with that, but that is one of her ambitions.
Yeah, distance runners aren't known for their upper body and arm strength, but she now has a lead of 1 minute and 27 seconds on Natasha Cockram in second place, and back in third place is Sarah Ingalls, some 1 minute 50 adrift from Steph Davis. So Steph is running away from the rest of the field, increasing her lead all the time.
Well, she was the fastest in the field on paper with that fabulous performance in Valencia back on the 1st of December 2019, 2:27.40 she did there. But it's all coming to fruition now, her potential, and she might even set a personal best here today. Chris Thompson out on his own and has a lead, and this is like a fairy tale. Chris has an 11-second lead now, and moving so well, and he too, and I love to see athletes going well at the marathon who have gone through the gears of a career, who have got the pedigree. Chris is a fabulous 1500 meter runner. He's a 13:11 5000 meter runner. He's got great 10,000 meter speed, under 27:30, and he's bided his time, and he's worked through the injuries and worked so hard with Coach Alan Story to get things right. And today it's going more right than ever so far. 2 hours on the clock, probably about 10 minutes to run for Chris, maybe a click more, but it's looking absolutely fantastic. He's got 1 lap to come. He'll hear the bell this time, and then for Chris Thompson it's 3,333 meters, hopefully a victory lap.
Of course, Chris won that brilliant silver medal in the 2010 European 10,000 meter championships.
Well, he goes through the line there around 2:00:30. What can he cover the last lap in? If he can get round this next lap in under 9:30, then I think he'll break 2:10. It would be a fantastic achievement for Chris. Don't forget that his personal best 2:11.19 was set back when he was 11th in the London Marathon in 2014. Almost exactly 7 years ago. He's looking strong, isn't he? And powerful. And he, on his day, over 10 miles and half marathon, he's quite a supreme competitor. He's got really good track speed, 7:43 for 10,000, as I said. Last year, he came second in the big half in London on the 1st of March to Kenenisa Bekele, no other than him, in 61:07. So even last year, a year ago, was showing fabulous form at the half marathon distance. But could only finish 19th in the London Marathon in 2:13:32 last October, his second best time. Well, how much quicker is he going to go here today? A lot quicker by the looks of things.
So Stephanie Davis still out on her own and still well inside the Olympic qualification standard of 2:29:30. Wonder if she can break her PB, 2:27:40. She's already, of course, qualified for the Olympics. She already has one qualification standard, that PB. So if she wins today, as looks likely, regardless of her time today, she will have booked an automatic slot for Tokyo.
Well, I'll tell you what, I was talking earlier on about adrenaline, if you know you're having a good run, but when there's Tokyo on the horizon and you're gradually engraving your name into a team place with every stride, that must bring the adrenaline through as well.
So through 35k, Tim, Steph Davis ran 2:02:16, and she needed for the qualification standard 2:24:01. So she's coming up to 2 minutes ahead of schedule. So looking at something like 2:27:40 odd at the moment, which in fact is her PB. So Steph Davis just about on PB form at the moment.
And Chris Thompson very much on PB form. What a welcome return this would be to world class for Chris Thompson, because for a man who's run 27:27 for 10,000, he knows full well that running 2:13 for the marathon, and that sort of time just doesn't cut it. You develop an ability and a CV like Chris's from many, many years running as a junior in Great Britain vests, and you develop a pride and an expectation of yourself, and that frustration eats away at you. Well, all those years of frustration and disappointment for Chris, and there have been plenty of them, he'd be the first to admit that, are being washed away here on this final circuit in Kew Gardens by a brilliantly judged fast run over the full marathon distance.
And Chris Thompson now with a lead of 21 seconds over Mo Arden and Ben Connor, who are running together, and back to 1:35 to Darry Griffiths. And Steph Davis has just passed our little comms booth. I think she must have 2 laps to go. Yes, 2 laps to go for Steph Davis.
I can't see her being caught now, and I can't see Chris being caught. That 21-second lead is well, that's over 100 meters. But more importantly, who is going to get the second spot? Ben Connor will be desperate to nail it so that he can get that place on the team. Chris Thompson here surely is running himself onto the plane for Tokyo. Barring disaster in this next mile and a half, a couple of kilometers, his Olympic spot is secure. But Mo Ardan and Ben Connor battling away for the second spot. Remember, Callum Hawkins already selected. Only the 2 spots available on the men's side. Darry Griffiths has run a fabulous race for 3/4 of this marathon distance, but things coming unstuck 20 minutes or so ago. There's more of a bounce in Chris's legs now. In fact, if anything, he's accelerating. This is the downhill section, the long, slightly downhill section that heads north. The long straight, there you can see in the background the pagoda was over to his right. And Chris through 40k, 2:04:07. 40k in 2:04:07. And if we go to Mara's magical chart, Mara?
He needed 2:04:24. So he's sorry, no. He needed 2:04:39. So he's some 30-odd seconds ahead of schedule. But he's running away from Ben Connor. At 40k, he has a 43-second lead over Ben Connor and Mo Arden. So Chris Thompson needs to keep this tempo going to get under that standard.
Well, I think he will keep it going. He's been accelerating and everything, if anything, over the last few minutes. It doesn't look like he's going to break 2:10 now, but sub 2:11 could well be on the cards, and a significant personal best for Chris Thompson. And it does mean that he would go to Tokyo as a 40-year-old member of the British athletics team in the marathon, with everything to run for in a championship race where circumstances are so different to the fast-paced big city races, the World Marathon major races, and their ilk. Chris beginning to grimace a little bit there, that surely he's hurting, and that's excusable after over 2 hours of hard running. But he's got about 5 minutes to go. He's had a little glance over his shoulder there. The glorious sight of empty path behind him as that battle rages between Ben Connor and Mo Ardan.
Yeah, so that third spot on the team could go to Ben or Mo. It's not automatic.
Chris there getting some support from somebody. I don't know if he was asking a question there. He put his arms up as if just, I thought he was going to say, which way do I go, left or right? But I think maybe he was just saying to himself, what's going on? Where's this coming from? Well, it's coming from the years and years of perseverance. Do you know what? The disappointments that Chris has had at various over the last 10 years or so would have buried a lot of runners, Mara. You know, they'd have given up. They'd have said, no, enough's enough. I've got a career ahead of me in some other way. I've got a family to start building. But Chris has stuck at it, and this is reward for determination, for stubbornness, if you like, which you have to have a good serving of as a marathon runner.
Yeah, I mean, with the marathon, injuries are part and parcel of the marathon. You're getting through the training you need for an elite level marathon is most of the battle, to be honest. If you can get to the start line in one piece, the race is easy. And Chris has had his fair share of injuries over the years. And, you know, most athletes, when they're 40, they sort of fade away, but this is just phenomenal. You know, he looked so easy. So pleased for him.
Well, we know he's been tough for the last 23 years. His original discipline was the steeplechase. He competed back in 1998, yes, in the last century, in the World Junior Championships in the steeplechase, Chris Thompson. 23 years later, it looks like he's going to be pulling on a British vest yet again in Sapporo, Japan, for the Olympic Games marathon, because this is a magical performance from Chris Thompson. What a comeback it's been. And I say comeback to world class, really, not necessarily not that he's been away from racing and still pumping out good performances, but this has been a dominant run, a perfectly judged effort too. Turns onto what is effectively the finishing straight. He's got about 450 meters to run, Chris Thompson, and looking around him and able to soak this up. And I always think back to Bruce Jenner, the great decathlete who took Olympic gold. He said when he ran down the home straight of the 1500 meters, he reminded himself to remember that feeling, to take it in, almost videotape in his mind the feeling of running down the home straight knowing you were going to achieve something special. And that's what Chris should be doing here now, because this is a magical day for him. He won't have too many more like this in his career. He knows this. He's going to be 40 very soon, but he's got Tokyo ahead of him now, and he storms away towards the finish line, which is waiting for him. And this is one of the most glorious returns to great form I've seen in many, many years by a British athlete.
Oh, completely, Tim. This is just phenomenal. Just so happy for him. He's had such a difficult, you know, time with injuries and, you know, the transition up to the marathon. Great run back in 2014, but hasn't found the same form since then. 2:11.19 he did on his debut in 2014. So brilliant to see him finding some really good form.
The final corner to negotiate for Chris Thompson as he turns into the finishing straight here, adjacent to the Palm House in Kew Gardens. It has been a fantastic run by this Briton, the grand old man of this field amongst the elite athletes. The Müller British Athletics Marathon Trials of 2021 will be won by Chris Thompson. There are tears around us now as Chris Thompson comes towards the line, checks his watch, of course. Look at the clock. It's going to be under 2:11. It's a massive personal best for Chris Thompson, one of the nice men of the sport, one of the really delightful individuals. Takes the win here in Kew Gardens. You can feel it, can't you? A man who wears his heart in his sleeve. He looks like he could go round again. Absolutely delightful for Chris Thompson. Under 2:11, a personal best at the age of 39 for the Aldershot Farnham and District athlete. And it's a massive fillip too, and credit to Alan Story, who has guided him in recent years. Prior to that, he was coached by Mark Rowland for a few years out in Eugene, Oregon, when he was in one of the big Nike squads. But he's had to battle through so many problems in recent years, and it is so heartwarming to see Chris come home like that with a brilliant run. And Ben Connor, in second place, negotiates himself the final turn into the home straight. Where's Mo Ardan? He just had to be in the first two, Ben Connor, here today. Maybe he has used that track speed as Ardan negotiates that corner. What, just 5 or 7 seconds behind him, but Ben Connor can relax and soak up this feeling down the finishing straight as he runs himself into a place on the plane for Tokyo. His ticket is booked, and we have the marathon team for Tokyo. Chris Thompson, Ben Connor, and of course Callum Hawkins, who has played his part today so well. And Mohammed Adan, well, it's been a wonderful run from him too, just outside 2:12. What a debut from him. Great racing here in Kew Gardens, and well done to every single one of the organisers, and the team have worked so hard to deliver this. And it vindicates, I think, the decision to go ahead with this trials in this format. Ben Connor there, yeah, entitled to a lie down.
I think it's a good day for trials, Tim. You know, in the USA, they have first 3 across the line. Today, first 2 automatically get their spots across the line. Ben Connor, of course, has the time from before. He didn't run it today, but he already has it. So those 3 athletes, Callum Hawkins, Ben Connor and Chris Thompson, will be going to the Olympics.
Steph Davis doesn't have a classical running style in the way those arms flail backwards and forwards across her upper torso, but it doesn't matter. It's how you cover the ground that matters, and she's doing it in supreme style today and looks comfortable, latched onto the pacemaker in front of her.
And Steph Davis now with a lead of over 2 minutes.
Darry Morris has just finished in front of us. He's had a tough last 10k, him around 2:13:35 there or thereabouts. Darry Griffiths, rather, I keep calling him Darry Morris, profuse apologies for that. Darry Griffiths has had a tough old day at the races, but Steph Davis, she's having an equally good day.
So Steph Davis currently still around 2 minutes ahead of the qualification standard, so she's looking at somewhere in the region of 2:27:30 for a finishing time. And she was 2 minutes and 2 seconds ahead of second place Natasha Cockram at the last intermediate split we have. So the next main split will be 40k, and we'll bring you that as soon as we can. So Steph Davis currently between 38 and 39k.
Ben Connor there, still trying to recover. You leave it all out there, and yes, you sit down, you lie down, you get some nutrients into you as quickly as possible. Confirmation of that win for Chris Thompson in the men's marathon trials here in Kew Gardens. 2:10:50 for Chris Thompson, a new personal best at the age of 39. Ben Connor, 2:12:06. He already has the qualifying time, and in second place means he's booked his place for the plane to Japan. Mohammed Ardan just misses out there in third place, 2:12:20. A fabulous debut from the for the man from Thames Valley Harriers, that wonderful West London club, made famous by Linford Christie and many others. But Ardan will have more days at the races. Just looking, Darry Griffiths, 2 minutes 51 seconds down on Chris Thompson. Will be gutted that he came so near so far. And Josh Griffiths, 4 minutes 17 down in fifth place.
So that was Steph Davis passing the finish for the final time and hearing the bell, and we're getting some more male finishers. In sixth place, Robbie Simpson, 4 minutes 36 down on the leader. 7th place, Andy Davis.
Well, Steph Davis, with 2:16 on the clock, has got about 3,000 metres to go. I wonder what she can cover that in, just under 2 miles. If she can cover it in even in 12 minutes, she's going to run 2:28. Pacemaker is gone. She finds herself on her own for the first time. I wonder if, like Chris Thompson, the realisation that she is heading for Tokyo will bring the adrenaline rush on and that acceleration down the back straight of this, what's effectively the back straight of this final circuit.
She's looking pretty comfortable to meet him. I think Steph can go much faster than this, to be honest. But as we've said today, is all about booking your place for the Olympics, and we'll look forward to seeing how far she can go in the years to come.
Absolutely. She loves her training in Mallorca. She loves her cross training. Says she, like I said earlier, she says she'll do a half Ironman one day, but only after she's fulfilled her potential in running. Well, she might have to wait quite a time for that, because she's got a lot of potential, this young lady. At the age of 30, I know all her mates at Clapham Chasers will be roaring her on as they watch these pictures. She might yet set a personal best. It's 2:27.40. That would be take her down towards 2 minutes below the automatic qualifying standard. And for Steph Davis, this has been her day of days. She works part-time for an asset management company. And who knows, when she crosses the line, if she celebrates with half as much gusto as Chris Thompson, maybe she'll do a pull-up here and now if she can find a bar.
I think Chris Thompson's goal pose was the best I've ever seen. So, 2nd place, Natasha Cockram now passes the finish for the final time, and here's the bell. And we'll bring you the lead that Steph Davis has on Natasha Cockram, 2 minutes 13. So Steph is running away from the field all the time, and we've got a few more finishes coming in the men's race. Frank Baddick, the debutant, in 8th place, 2:15.58.
Yeah.
So great debut from Frank Baddick. In 9th place, Ian Leach.
Ian Leach,
45 years old.
36 behind at the age of 45. And he's run 2:17.26?
Yeah.
2:17.26 at the age of 45. That is something else.
That is brilliant. And in 10th place, Nigel Martin. He also was one of the debutants, 64.10 half marathon PB. So he's done a pretty impressive debut as well, around 2:17 or 2:18.08, something like that, unofficially.
That personal best by Ian Leach, by the way, is a best by over a minute for the Brighton Phoenix fella. He set his personal best winning the Brighton Marathon in 2019, where he's just gone over a minute quicker. And his coach Jeff Hill, who lives in Worthing, just down the road from Brighton, is quite a contrast to Ian, who is a really outgoing character. His nickname down in Brighton is Big Dog, because he organised a mountain bike race there, Brighton Big Dog race. And he was worried when I spoke to him last night. He'd been on antibiotics for cellulitis this week, so a fabulous run from him down in the men's field. Steph Davis, though, Mara, this is very, very impressive indeed. And in a championship race, who knows what she's capable of when there are no pacemakers.
Yeah, I mean, she looks amazing. She doesn't look tired at all. So great running by Steph Davis.
Typical distance runner that crosses one of the timing mats and clicks her own watch. They never trust the timing mats.
She'll be under strict instructions from Dave Bedford not to touch her watch when she goes through the finish, that's for sure.
Well, she's running across from east to west, the bottom section of the main lap now. Should take a right in a minute and then head northwards on that long straight section. A lot of dropouts in the men's race, by the way. Just looking down the list of those who dropped out: Matt Clowes, Adam Hickey, Nick Torrey,
Tom Evans, the ultra specialist.
Yeah, Josh Lunn, Ross Skelton. It's, I suppose, if you're having a bad day at the races, then the option to drop out is very, very tempting. Save your powder, keep it dry for another day, rather than beat yourself into the ground and come up with what might be for you a disappointing time. But anything but that here for Steph Davis, who's heading for a very good time. Will it be a personal best? I'm not sure. It'll certainly be the quickest time by a Brit for a little while. Last year was a lean year. London Marathon back in October was on in very tough conditions. That multi-lap course around St James's Park in the rain and the cold. And it's so apt, isn't it, that the sun has broken out for the last stages of these marathons this morning.
And through 40k, Steph Davis ran 2:19.45, which is just about 2 minutes ahead of the qualifying standard. So she's still on course for around 2:27.30. So great running by Steph Davis. Just 2 kilometres or so to go to the end.
Well, when she set her personal best in December 2019, it was in Valencia, a city that is renowned for its really fast times. World records galore there in recent years, but I think Tom Bedford will now be cocking a snoop at Valencia and saying anything you can do, we can do on this occasion. There are the splits for Steph Davis, 1:10.20 through 20k, and a quicker second at 20k, as you can see from that 40-kilometre split from Steph Davis. She has judged this perfectly. She will have run negative splits, Mara.
Yeah, she's definitely been upping the tempo in these final kilometres. Some interesting results further down in the women's field. Natasha Cockram still in second. She's through 40k, 2.5 minutes down on Steph Davis. But Rebecca Gentry, the peloton instructor, is up into third. Fourth is Clara Evans of Wales. Fifth, Rosie Edwards. And Sarah Ingalls, who we thought would be one of the favourites, she's down in sixth now, followed by Naomi Mitchell, Becky Briggs, Lily Partridge, and Charlotte Taylor-Green, Charlotte Arter and Tracy Barlow all have dropped out.
Well, again, as I said, just perhaps choosing to save their power for another day when things go more right. Couldn't have gone more right for 30-year-old Steph Davis, could it? She's enjoying this now. A little extra bounce in the stride, as there was for Chris Thompson at this same stage just, what, about 13 minutes ago.
So at the moment, Tim, it looks like Natasha Cockram in second is going to miss the qualifying standard. She's currently 2.5 minutes down on Steph Davis, who's on for about 2:27.30. So sadly for Natasha, if she doesn't pick things up, she's not going to be making that time. Natasha's PB 2:30.49 from Dublin in 2019. So she's really not far off at all.
Well, I'm just looking at the British women's all-time lists, and of course Steph Davis in 9th place already. She's well embedded in the top 10. I wonder if she can penetrate any further into that top 10. She'll have to run under 2:27, which might be a tall order for her to do that. In 8th place is, well, it says Liz Nuttall here, but I'm sure she was Liz McColgan at the time that she did it, which is a slightly strange one. Mara, you're still second, safely second on that British all-time list with 2:23.12.
Yeah, every time there's a British marathon, I sit here nervously waiting to be pushed down the list, but I've survived another one.
You have indeed. Number of women who have ever broken 2:30 is 25. So we have great strength and depth over the years, less so in recent years, although this generation of top British women are beginning to fly the flag proudly again. If you look at those who are getting there and doing the job, Charlie Purdue and Jess Piasecki and Steph Twell, and today Steph Davis, and of course others who have broken 2:30 like Sarah Ingalls. Didn't quite come together for Sarah Ingalls as she would have hoped after that trip over from Canada.
I really hope that Sarah and Charlotte Arter don't get disheartened by today. You know, I had a not very enjoyable debut, disappointing, bad in many ways, but I just kept at it, and you know, things do improve. It's pretty rare for people to have a really, you know, stunning, amazing debut, so really hope they're not put off the marathon.
Into the sunshine and down the first section of a long, long home straight here for Steph Davis. In glorious isolation, as was Chris Thompson. Two outstanding winners here. The second of the brace is about a minute away from concluding her trials victory. And Steph Davis has taken up a big step here in her career. There's no doubt about that. She runs low mileage in training, only does about 90 to 100 kilometers a week. That's around 55 to 60 miles per week, but she does a lot of cross training. Maybe people need to start looking at that a little bit more. Phil Kissey, who is here as her +1 and her coach, has done a fabulous job. His philosophy is train hard and focus on yourself. You can't affect what others do. And he's a very hands-on coach too. Well, he has masterly guided her to this victory. And all credit to him as coach and the team behind Steph Davis, because it's so easy to forget that. Every one of these athletes has a team of people who help them through to the start line.
Yeah, so Steph Davis reigning supreme at the moment, and in third place, Rebecca Gentry at the moment is on course for an enormous PB, something in the region of 2:31 or so.
Into the home straight then, Steph Davis. The clock shows just inside 2:27. She's going to be just outside it, I think, but that doesn't matter. It's going to be a very significant personal best for the 30-year-old Clapham chaser. 2:27.40 it was. It's now significantly quicker than that as she comes towards the finish line to win this Müller British Athletics Marathon Trials of 2021. This will be her ticket for Tokyo, and she wins here today in spectacular style with daylight behind her. Her unofficial winning time there, 2:27.16. It's a personal best by some 24 seconds for Steph Davis. She is in dreamland. She and Chris Thompson have produced two quite remarkable performances here under the cloudy but blue skies of southwest London. And Tom Bedford there, one of the first to congratulate her.
Absolutely brilliant run, and she remains in 9th place on the UK all-time list, but a brilliant PB for Steph Davis.
What a win, and what a second half she has run. Wonderfully judged too, bided her time, and made her move at the right moment, and there was no response from the others. She had a pacemaker moving along at the required tempo for a few kilometers that she was able to tuck in behind, but the gap between her and the others became a yawning gap, and she is a very, very comfortable victor here today. Absolutely superb. And there's Phil Kissey being beckoned over, and he gives her a massive hug. And rightly so, because it's teamwork that gets athletes to a start line like this, a teamwork that gets them to a performance of this caliber. And it's so good to see that the core of her team are here to celebrate with her. She had an ITB and tibial band injury injection back in October through to December, so her preparation, she said, has felt a little bit rushed, but it's been mainly good. Well, today her performance has been better than mainly good. It has been... Lily Partridge there, in conversation with Chris Thompson. What a contrasting day they have had. Lily Partridge dropping out here today at looked to be around 35k.
Yeah,
so between stages.
Between 35 and 40k. Yeah, so we have passed 2:29.30. So Steph Davis is the only athlete today to get the qualifying time, and here comes Natasha Cockram in second place. Finishing strongly.
Finishing really strongly. The Mickey Morris
close.
Racing Team athlete. It's going to be a big personal best for Natasha Cockram. Charging towards the line. She is going to break 2 hours 30, but not critically 2:29.30. Crosses the line now in front of us. These pictures just a couple of seconds back, and there she goes through in 2:30.02 unofficially. Absolutely spent. Gave her all in the final run in to the finish line. Talk about so near yet so far. But Natasha Cockram just missing out on automatic Olympic selection there despite her second place.
Oh, I'm gutted for Natasha. Only about 30 seconds off the qualifying standard and in second place. So close, but a great run. Big PB from her as well.
Yeah, talk about bittersweet. A solid run, a personal best, but not the time she wanted. she runs a personal best. It was 2:30.49. She runs that minutes 46 seconds slower than Steph Davis. Common Mara is just outside 2:30.
It was 2:30.03 or so, 2:30.02.
So she misses that by about 45, 47 seconds, something like that. And still a big gap back to third place, although she is in sight now, the third placer. Negotiates the final turn. And it is Rosie Edwards from Rotherham Athletics Club. Pacemakers running the whole way with some of these ladies.
So
2:31 on the clock. She's run almost perfect even split. She went through halfway in 75.47. But this is a brilliant third place from Rosie Edwards.
And a massive PB for Rosie Edwards. We did think it was due some revision, some 9 minutes or so off her PB. And she caught Rebecca Gentry in the final stages. So Rebecca Gentry in fourth. She also has knocked some 5 to 6 minutes off her best. So brilliant running from those two.
9 minutes off your, nearly 9 minutes off your personal. I got her at 2:31.55. It was 2:40.49. I mean, she's just leapt forwards well over 9 minutes.
And this is Clara Evans of Wales. She's also going to have a massive PB, current PB 2:46.03. She finishes in around 2:32.46 or so, so huge, 12 minutes. 14 minutes also off her PB for Clara Evans.
Some really strong running here in depth for these ladies. Clara Evans there, swapping from being a 2:46 performer to 2:33 performer, or high 2:22s performer. I mean, quite astonishing. She ran really well in that 10,000 metres in Newport 3 weeks ago, so it was on the cards. She ran 32.49. They're a big personal best.
Yeah, we knew she was due a big PB, but to actually come out and do it, you know, it's not always certain. So massive congratulations to fifth place, Clara Evans. And PBs from everybody so far in the women's race.
And 54 coming through, Sarah Ingalls. She's had a tough second half. She's a 2:29 performer. She's going to finish here in around 2:34. Originally from just outside Falkirk, not far from Edinburgh. And so fired up with her performance in Arizona back in late December, but 2:34.09 unofficially there for Sarah Ingalls. Not what she expected, but you can do nothing more than give 100%, and there's an athlete who's done just that.
Oh, those jelly legs after a marathon. She's completely spent, isn't she? But
Mara, make us all feel okay by telling us that when you ran your 2:23, you finished with jelly legs.
I finished pretty much all my marathons with jelly legs. Different types of jelly legs. If you run fast from gun to tape, that's a special kind of jelly legs because you're probably out of carbohydrate. But like the Beijing Olympics, we ran the first 15K quite leisurely. So that was the sort of jelly legs you get after a fast half marathon. So they're the official results. Stephanie Davis, 27.16, and she books her place to the Tokyo Olympics. Natasha Cockram in second, 2:30.03, agonisingly close to that qualifying standard. And Rosie Edwards in 2:31.56. Congratulations to all three.
Absolutely, yeah. Your heart has to go out to Natasha Cockram for that second place. So near, yet so far. But for Steph Davis and Chris Thompson, what a special day. And not forgetting either Ben Connor, who has indeed, with that second place in the men's contest, confirmed his spot in the Tokyo team. The teams for the marathons and the walks will be announced this coming Tuesday. There's no room for error after these trials. Nobody's going to rush off and find a marathon in the next 3 or 4 days, that's for sure. It was all or nothing. These athletes knew that today, and they've known it for many, many weeks. Sarah Ingalls, who, despite her good track pedigree, couldn't quite find the legs for the performance she felt she was capable of today. When she ran in Arizona back in December, it was about 16 degrees and a 4.3-mile loop, which maybe she would have preferred. It'll be interesting to hear the thoughts and feelings of many of these athletes in coming days. But overall, a really successful day in these Müller British Athletics marathon trials and 20k walks trials as well.
Yeah, Sarah Ingalls looked like she struggled there. I definitely feel she's got a better marathon in her. I think it was a bad day today. She only arrived on Tuesday, so possibly jet lag affecting her there. But today, 6th place for Sarah Ingalls. We're still waiting for Naomi Mitchell and Becky Briggs in the women's marathon. Sadly, a DNF dropout from Lily Partridge, Charlotte Taylor-Green, Charlotte Arter and Tracy Barlow. And here comes Naomi Mitchell in 7th place. 2:37.40 something will bring you her official time. So Naomi Mitchell, 2nd Brit at last October's London Marathon. PB of 2:33.23, so not a PB for her today. And she looks absolutely spent. So we will bring you interviews with the top male and female athletes in just a moment, while we wait for the final finisher in the women's race, Becky Briggs, the youngest in the field, just 21 years old. And Kew Gardens, World Heritage Site here in South London, has been a fabulous venue today for these Müller British Athletics Olympic trials. We had the 20k race walk first thing this morning and the marathons. And here comes Becky Briggs, the final finisher in the women's race. Brilliant sprint finish to the line. Oh, brilliant. Well done, Becky Briggs. 2:38.54 or so. Brilliant sprint across the line. And brilliant debut from her. She really gave it everything in those early stages, going with the lead group. So fantastic from Becky Briggs. So we're nearly at the conclusion of these Müller British Athletics Olympic trials at Kew Gardens. The sun is finally shining and it stopped raining. We had one man and one woman under the qualifying time in the marathons, booking their places to Tokyo, and Ben Connor in 2nd place, also with the qualifying time. So he goes as well, but sadly no Olympics for Natasha Cockram. So the various athletes in the women's race will be resting a little easier. Charlotte Purdue, Jess Piasecki and Steph Twell.
You've won the British marathon trials today, the Müller British Athletics Marathon Trials here today. You've set a new personal best. You're going to be 40 very soon, and you're going to go to Japan in August. What on earth is going on in your life?
I can't. We did it, Alan. I feel like, I don't know, this week is just not me for 6. I've been trying to hold it together, and everything just, I don't know, I've never felt so much emotion in my life. I've always controlled it, and I just was trying, just don't cramp on that last step, just don't cramp, because everything fell into place in the last couple of laps, because I made after 30 minutes, I realised I worked the course out. I worked out, listen, you can't keep pushing like this. This is just gonna, the turns, everything was just building up, and I thought I need to check back, because if these guys need to be in very, very good shape to keep this going. And I checked back, and I just thought, an hour and a half, I've either messed this up royally, or it's going to turn around very quickly. And I just kept thinking to myself, stay on course at the time and see what happens. And I was in dreamland. Last 2 laps, I was like, I'm going. I'm like, nothing's stopping me now. And
it looked it, Chris. I mean, early on it was so fast. We thought, oh no, the wheels are coming off again. But are you saying that you were thinking on your feet? You realised it was maybe a little too quick.
Yeah.
And when you came back, it was like, where on earth has he come from? And I must admit, I was welling up in those last couple of laps myself.
Mate, yeah, I was at. Do you know what? This sounds bad, but I knew I had it with 2 laps to go, and I was trying to control my emotions even then, because I knew I'd timed it right. Someone said my splits. I think I was just metronoming it, and I knew. I just entered my own little mind palace of just, this is the rhythm I need for me. And then if they stay gone, then good luck to them. And just execute my own race. And the other thing I kept telling myself, just stay inside the time and you've still got a chance. To be honest, at one point I thought, worst case scenario, if you 3rd Brit with the time, you've still got a chance. Or a 4th Brit, because I think 3 ahead. But they came back to me so quickly once the Pacemakers dropped out, that I just rode what I had, and I was running on cloud 9. The last 2 laps, I can't. I feel like someone's going to tell me this didn't happen. This is a dream. Seriously,
Chris, after
I'm
so
39. I'm 39 for crying out loud. This doesn't happen. This doesn't happen. I woke up this morning. No, sorry, scratch that. Like last night, my wife said, just finish it off. And I genuinely, in my head, I thought, I'm going to leave everything out there. But I thought, if we pull this off, I don't know how we done it. I don't know how we done it. This is not me. I don't get like this. This is just ridiculous.
Well, Chris, after the last 10 years or so of ups and downs in your career that so many of us witnessed, you do realise there'll have been thousands of people watching those pictures this morning, punching the air in front of their TVs and enjoying your win. So enjoy every minute of it. Go back to Gemma, go back to your new child.
Theo.
Have a good week. Eh?
Theo. His name's Theo, and he's got a lot to live up to. He's got a 2-time Olympian dad. Good in!
Some of us are thinking, poor kid, but boy,
Yeah.
oh boy, listen, you just enjoy your day. You deserve it.
Thank you so much. I'm coming home later when I'm having a few beers, I tell you. Thank you, Alan. Thank you so much, mate. And thank you for sticking by me.
Nod to Alan Story there, the coach who has worked so hard to get you into this shape.
Yes, he has. He's really had to nurture me a lot, and I can't believe he pulled this off. I just got no words. I'm sorry.
Well, you have,
I
mate.
want to go into commentary. I've got no chance when I'm like this.
You're going to get us all welling up in a minute.
Oh,
Chris,
mate.
go and celebrate, mate. Well done.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Tom, very well done.
So brilliant to hear from an emotional Chris Thompson there, the winner of this men's marathon trial. And we're hoping to hear from some of the other top athletes in just a moment. Brilliant run there from Steph Davis, already celebrating by the looks of things, and great to see her embracing her coach Phil Kissy earlier. Fantastic run from her. So Kew Gardens, spectacular venue for today's races, will be opening to the public very shortly. But it's been an amazing morning of racing here, with the race walks earlier today and the 2 marathons. The selection meeting for the 50k race walk and the marathons will take place on Tuesday, so we'll have confirmation then of the teams.
Steph Davis, congratulations, winner here today and a new personal best of 2:27.16. We just chatted to Chris Thompson. He's on cloud 9, but as you were coming down the home straight in glorious isolation, there was a real sense of deja vu as well. Can you believe it?
No, like I can't believe it. Like, I am smiling so much underneath this mask. I'm just so delighted. Like, I knew I was in good shape, but anything can happen in the marathon. You can't just bag that it's going to be your day. And yeah, I felt good out there. Second half, like, big thanks to Josh, the pacer, for kind of continuing on. That was a huge help, especially down this straight where it was a bit more windy. I really noticed that on the last lap when I was out there on my own. But no, like, amazing event today, great flat course, the corners were fine. Yes, I'm really happy to take the win and secure that spot and small PB.
You better change your plans for August. August, September now. You've got a trip to make.
I know, and hopefully some cool training somewhere to get used to the humidity and stuff beforehand.
What do you think was the key, Steph? I mean, all marathon runners know they have to focus and stay focused for many months leading up to it. But was it Phil Kissey's close hands-on coaching? What was the secret to your success today?
So Phil and I work kind of very closely as a team. I think I've been a lot different to maybe some other marathoners he's coached before, in that I don't do the high mileage. It's not something I've ever done. I do a lot of cross training. Typically that was on the elliptical, but with COVID and all the gyms being closed, I had a turbo trainer at home, so I kind of did like 6-7 hours on the bike a week, and then my average was only about 60 miles, 65 miles for the week. So we kind of focused on those big quality sessions, and it's always worked for us. We kind of replicated what I did for Valencia, apart from Phil threw in some extra hard long sessions to kind of test me and push me to that next level. So I guess that's really helped to like get me there and get me here today and with that result.
So that half Ironman's going to have to wait a little bit, isn't it? Because you said you won't do it until you fulfilled your running potential, and you've got a lot more potential.
I hope so, yeah. No, I've got a lot that I want to achieve in running, so when I'm done with that, I do love the kind of swim, bike, run as well, just because it's a big part of my training. But no, running is the number one, so that's what we focus on.
Well, you were number one today, Steph. Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Ben Connor, second place today. You already had the qualifying time. You've nailed that spot on the plane to Tokyo. I know you were hurting a bit in the last 10k or so, but there must be a really deep sense of satisfaction.
Yeah, satisfaction, relief, whatever you want to call it. Can't believe it. Looking forward to obviously getting out to Japan and doing it on a global stage all again.
I mean, it was quick early on, and Chris eased back on the throttle after about half an hour. Were you confident you could hold that quick tempo through halfway and beyond?
I was confident. I thought I was in that shape, but for me it was just a case of coming in the top two. So I knew the pace was dropping at around 25 to 30k. So I thought I don't really need to take this on. So I just sat there, and then obviously Tomo came by, and then the race started again, if you like. So it was a tale of two halves, I think it was.
It was a fascinating race, because at about the time that Darry Griffiths dropped back, he must have been thinking, well, that's a bit of a relief. But then Tomo suddenly appeared in your field of vision. It was almost simultaneously. You must have thought, where the heck did he come from?
Pretty much, yeah. I could hear him breathing about 10 seconds before he came by. I thought, here we go. And he shot by, but I think that's what you do when you go by somebody. You go straight by them, and that's what he did. But no, smart running from him, fair enough. Obviously I'd have liked to have won myself, but top two has got the job done.
And would you say your preparation for this was as good as it can get, or is there a lot more to come?
I mean, as good as what we could. Obviously we couldn't go on training camp, it was all done at home and stuff like that. So yeah, I think it was as good as I could get, but I'd like to think there's still more in there. There's still areas I can tap into. So obviously Sapporo will be very different to what it is today in terms of a climate, so I'll have to prepare for that.
Pulling on an Olympic vest for pulling on a British vest for an Olympic Games has got to be worth a couple of minutes, Ben.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, well listen, well done. It's absolutely fantastic. Look forward to seeing you in the Olympic Games.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah. I can't do that before because all my cables are going up to where they are now. We can't just hold before. Hold me rolling. No, but the cable is underneath the arch at the moment. Oh, sorry. That one just go in here. Just going to find a wider.
Mo Ardan, congratulations on your third place here today. That was quite some debut. Are you surprised at how well you went?
Yeah, it was kind of a tough race. I never attempted marathon before, so it was. I was excited at the same time, and I was expecting anything to happen, to be honest, because it's one of those things that you come and try. So I tried my best, and I finished third, but I expected a little bit more than that. So not disappointed, but I wanted a little bit better result. So I wanted that qualifying spot for Olympics, but it was almost there, but just a little bit missed out. But yeah.
Well, plenty more opportunities to come, even if you don't make that plane for Tokyo, Mo. But you must have many, many club mates back at Thames Valley Harriers who'll be celebrating with you today, who'll be watching this and absolutely punching the air. But are there people that you would like to thank in particular?
Yes, yeah, obviously I think I got club record as well, so plus it's a good PB, a good debut, and people, yeah, there's a lot of people behind me who really want, supporting me to get to this point, and my coach is here with me today. He's passing over the waters and everything, so he's doing a lot of job. So thanks to him, thanks to Thames Valley Harriers and all those friends and families who really stick with me all the way behind. So I couldn't be here today without my friends and families who supported me a lot. So it was a long journey to get here, and I just missed out, but it's not. So I wanted to make them proud, all of them. So, but yeah, it's a good result. Not disappointed, but I'll say, there's more to come. So,
Mo,
yeah.
Not many debuts go as well as that. So listen, well done. You've done incredibly well. Just mention your coach's name so we know it.
Paul Obi.
Paul Obi.
Yeah. So he's really stick with me all the way from junior until now. So he's always there for me. So yeah, thanks him. He's like father to me. So yeah, someone like Phil Wittens and friends and a lot of training groups and people. There's people out there for you always who wanted to give. They support you all the way through. So they believe in you, and it motivates you at the same time. If you see a lot of people like backing you up, and that gives you a lot of motivation. So it keeps you going. So yeah, I had a good training as well. I've been out in Kenya, so in altitude. So I kind of a little bit felt sick and missed a few training, but I put together final preparation. So it went really well, and I'm happy. So.
It has gone well.
Yeah.
Well, you and Phil Obi have made quite a pairing. I'm sure you've got many successes to come in future years. So well done, Mo. Brilliant run.
Definitely.
Well done.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks to you guys as well. Thanks for the opportunity. Cheers. All right, thanks.
So congratulations to Mo, and a terrific day's racing here at Kew Gardens. Encouraging to hear from Mo there that he feels there's a lot more to come. A fabulous debut from him today and from all the other debutants. So we're nearly finished here at Kew Gardens, and we're just going to conclude today's racing.
Performance, but one which in some cases, like for example Moadan, then for example, just fell short of what he really wanted, which was a place inside the qualifying time and a place to get onto the plane to Tokyo. But that was a great debut by him. Ben Connor, well, a workman-like performance, I suppose you could say, in second place. He had the qualifying time. He knew he just needed a place in the first two, but he is very, very tired. There he is now, orange top to the left of picture. One very, very tired Ben Connor. It was just off camera. It was coming across how fatigued he is. And Chris Thompson, I mean, I haven't done many interviews like that with somebody almost welling up in front of you. And you know, I became a father on Monday.
Incredible.
And booked his ticket for the Olympic Games on Friday. That is a good week's work.
It certainly is. Yeah, I mean, it was looking not good for him early on in the race, and he just stormed back. Just, so pleased for him.
Presentations are going to take place over in front of the Palm House now. There are not many more iconic backdrops than that astonishing setting. And Kew Gardens, with the blessing of the Borough of Richmond, have done this event proud today, and a massive congratulations and pat in the back to Tom Bedford, his father Dave, and the team behind this. And there are dozens and dozens of officials and people working, beavering away behind the scenes to make an event like this unfold well. Far more, in fact, than there are actual athletes today, ironically. When you add them all together from the walks, it has been very, very special. Yeah,
hearing from Tom Bedford about all the requirements they had to put in place to make it a COVID-safe event, you just realise how much this multiplies the work involved, and it's just been amazing that they've been able to put on this event successfully and get some athletes going to Tokyo, which ultimately was the purpose for today.
Well, Moa down there gets his bonsai tree for third place. Ben Connor, told you he was tired, a hobbling Ben Connor in second place. These Müller British Athletics Marathon Trials. Gets his symbolic bonsai tree, and absolutely ideal as a symbol for the trip to Japan that he is going to take on for this next man. The champion today, the winner of the trials, and a father now too, a dad. He's Chris Thompson, who's made teams galore over the years, but I suspect none will have been quite as sweet as this. He gets his bonsai tree as well. Something to be nurtured alongside his son. Well, two of those athletes will be going to the Olympic Games. Callum, of course, will also be going. Callum Hawkins for the men's marathon squad. And just one place confirmed for the women's marathon squad.
Yep,
of course,
that's right.
Steph Davis.
Yeah, so Steph Davis was already qualified. Charlotte Purdue, Jess Piasecki also qualified, so they may take the other two slots. Steph Twell also qualified, but focusing on the 10,000.
There'll still be a few nails chewed through to the announcement on
I have
Tuesday.
to say I feel for Johnny Mellor today, because he had 2 qualification standards and he won't be going.
No, that's absolutely right, and but for that bout of gout which has struck him down, he would, I'm sure, have been racing here today. Really frustrating for him.
British Athletics can choose a reserve. So they may, let's hope they choose reserves in both the men and the women. Of course, injuries often cause withdrawals, so you know the reserves need to be ready to perform.
And for those of you wondering what's happening with Mo Farah, well, of course, he has decided to go back to the track for this coming Olympic Games in Tokyo and try and qualify for the British 10,000 metre team and maybe garner more medals, whether gold, silver or bronze. But Mo Farah, for the moment, taking a little bit of a break from marathon running and focusing back on the speedier stuff. So Mara, for these athletes now, what, about a 10-day break from running?
Yeah, it varies. I used to take a week completely off running, and then I would start with easy jogging and build up back to sessions. But you know, some of the athletes who are used to large volumes of training, they might not need quite as much break. Of course, today's race is about a month earlier than the London Marathon usually is. So for those going to the Olympics, They have a little bit longer recovery, which is great. The Olympic marathons will be taking place in early August in Sapporo in Hokkaido, northern Japan. So make sure you're watching those.
Well, what a day it has been here, Gardens, one that will live long in the memory and maybe will reshape the attitude of the sport in terms of how Olympic teams should be selected. For many, many years, the trials have been incorporated into the London Marathon, and the British teams selected for Worlds and Europeans and Olympics on the back of the London Marathon results. But the top Britons often getting a little bit buried amidst the superstar foreign invaders at the London Marathon, and you don't get to really enjoy a British trials race unfolding. Well, we have done today in such special style, and I really do hope this is something that's looked at and repeated.
I completely agree. I think a standalone trial just makes it really, really special, and I'm really envious, to be honest. I wish I was racing today. When the athletes run as part of the London Marathon, as they usually do, as you say, they get sort of a bit lost amongst the rest of the field.
No, absolutely. And there is Steph Davis, the champion in the women's race, stepping up for a photo op, I think they call it, with Chris Thompson.
She was supreme in that last 10K, just running away from the rest of the field.
Yes. Steph Davis's official winning time 2:27.16, and Natasha Cockram in second place, just missing out, as we've said, 2:30.08. And there are the three athletes who in the marathon races today have booked their tickets for Tokyo. Congratulations to them. Chris Thompson, the men's champion, Steph Davis, the women's champion, and Ben Connor, of course, second place, but already with the qualifying time from a previous racing experience, also on the team for Tokyo. Those names will be in the list, in those announced on Tuesday for the walks and the marathons. Brilliant stuff. Well, there is the setting. The sun is momentarily dipped behind yet more grey cloud, but the summer beckons. We hope and pray that the Olympic Games will go ahead as planned, albeit without overseas spectators. But let's hope that the Japanese themselves are allowed to pack into the Olympic Stadium in Tokyo. It has been a quite glorious day.